up with that? It's amazing how many Chicagoans don't know what a turn signal is. They just assume everyone knows where they're going. You know what's even more confusing than Chicagoans not using turn signals? The streets that change names every few blocks. How is anyone supposed to know where they are? I swear Chicagoans have their own rules of the road. Like red lights mean speed up and yellow means stop on green. You know what else Chicagoans love? Deep dish pizza. I mean, it's just a casserole with a crust, but they act like it's the eighth wonder of the world. And don't get me started on navigating the loop. I mean, I thought it was a simple rectangle, but it's like a maze. And have you ever tried to parallel park in Chicago? Might as well just pay for a parking garage. And the potholes? They're like sinkholes. You need a Humvee just to drive through the city. I swear, the construction here never ends. It's like they're building a whole new city. I heard they're adding more lanes to the expressway. Yeah, like that's the solution. Chicagoans love to complain about the weather, but at least it's one thing they can't blame on the construction. It's like Chicago weather is a mood ring. You never know what you're gonna get. Chicago weather is like playing roulette, but instead of a ball, it's just a gust of wind. Chicago weather is the only thing in the city that can't make up its mind. You know what they say about Chicago weather: if you don't like it, wait 5 minutes. Chicago weather is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Thanks for coming to Laughing in the Windy City. Stay warm and watch out for those construction cones. Chicago weather is like a superhero origin story. It can go from sunshine to a tornado in seconds. I heard some of you guys have a love-hate relationship with Chicago weather. Is it the love of sunshine or the hate of tornadoes? Chicago weather is like a relationship. It's unpredictable and can change in an instant. Chicago is a city full of surprises, just like my love life. The only predictable thing about Chicago is that you can never predict anything. Speaking of surprises, did you know that Chicago has more than 25 miles of tunnels underneath the city? Chicago weather is so unpredictable. I once saw a guy walking with both an umbrella and sunblock. It's no surprise that Chicago's nickname is the Windy City, because every time I go outside, my hairstyle turns into a tornado. I heard a rumor that Chicago has 2 seasons, winter and construction.
Welcome to Sarcasm and Sass, where we put the fun in dysfunctional. You know what they say, sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, but hey, at least it's a form of wit. You could say I'm allergic to stupidity. Unfortunately, it's a pandemic. My doctor said I have a vitamin D deficiency. I told him I get plenty of shade from stupid people. Some people say ignorance is bliss. Clearly, they've never had to deal with stupid people. I've developed a new hate for traffic. It's like being stuck in a room with a bunch of idiots who don't know how to drive. Why do people ask if you're mad when you're clearly not smiling? Maybe I'm just thinking. Why do they call it rush hour when nothing moves? Have you noticed that the word bed actually looks like a bed? Like the B is the headboard, the E is the mattress, and the D is the footboard. You know what really grinds my gears? When people say irregardless instead of regardless. I mean, come on now. It's funny how abbreviated is such a long word. You know what's really annoying? When people say literally when they actually mean figuratively. Have you ever noticed how Q starts with Q, but the rest of the letters are waiting in line? Why do we park in driveways, but drive on parkways? I just realized why they call it a building, because it's always under construction. If vegetarians care about animals so much, why are they eating all their food? I heard they are making a movie about clocks. It's about time. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Why don't oysters share their pearls? Because they are shellfish. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Why did the mushroom go to the party? Because he was a fungi to be with. Why did the lettuce win the race? Because it was a head. Did you hear about the kidnapping at the playground? Don't worry, they woke up. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter. I decided to sell my vacuum cleaner, it was just gathering dust. Why do chicken coops only have 2 doors? Because if they had 4, they would be a chicken sedan. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. What do you get when you cross a snowman and a shark? Frostbite. Why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. Why did the tomato turn red? It saw the salad dressing. Why did the grape stop in the middle of the road? Because it ran out of juice. Why did the lemon go to the doctor? Because it wasn't feeling peel good. Why did the orange stop halfway up the hill? Because it ran out of juice. Why did the grape go out with the raisin? Because it couldn't get a date. Why did the banana go to the doctor? Because it wasn't peeling well. Why did the apple go to the gym? To get a core workout. Why did the orange go to the doctor? Because it wasn't feeling zesty. Why did the lemon take a trip? To get some zest and relaxation. Why did the lime fail the test? It was too sour towards its teacher. Why did the grape go on vacation? To get some raisin and relaxation. Why did the lemon go to art school? To learn how to draw in citrus. What did the banana say to the grape? Nothing, bananas don't talk. Why did the grape stop in the middle of the road? Because he ran out of juice. Why did the lemon go viral? Because it had the juice. Why did the orange stop halfway up the hill? It ran out of juice. Why did the lime go to the party? Because it was lit. Why did the lemon lose the race? Because it didn't have enough zest. Why did the orange stop in the middle of the road? Because it ran out of juice.
Hey everyone, I'm John Smith, a former accountant from the Big Apple. I may have been an accountant, but trust me, I know how to add up the laughs. Being an accountant was tough. But being a comedian, I'm all about balancing the jokes. It's like I'm the sacrificial lamb of the office. I feel like I'm the only one in the office who knows what a stapler is meant for. Ever notice how all the people who tell you to follow your dreams are living theirs through you? Some people in the office think a highlighter is a fancy pen. Our IT department still uses floppy disks. I mean, what year is this? I asked my boss for a new mouse and he gave me a live one. I mean, what's next? A pet snake for the office? I tried to download a file from our company's server, but it was so slow I had time to go get a coffee and come back. And the file was only 2 megabytes. Why do they always have the air conditioning on full blast? I'm an accountant, not a penguin. Why do they call it a building if it's already built? These are the questions that keep me up at night. Why do they make us fill out forms just to watch a movie? I didn't come here to do paperwork. Why do they call it a driveway if we park on it? It should be called a parkway and we should drive on it. Why do they ask if you've ever been convicted of a crime? How are you supposed to answer that if you've never been caught? Good evening, New York. It's great to be here, but I have to say, it's not quite the same as London. For one thing, I can actually understand what you're saying. But don't worry, I'm starting to get used to the American accent. Just had to start watching a lot of Friends reruns. I have to admit, I miss the rain. It's like a warm hug from the sky. I've noticed that Americans love their sports. You guys take it very seriously, which is why I had to start pretending I know what a touchdown is. I also noticed that New Yorkers love their pizza. I had to start pretending to like it too, but I miss the small, understated British pizzas. I find it interesting that baseball is called America's favorite pastime, yet it takes twice as long as a game of cricket. Speaking of British food, don't get me started on baked beans for breakfast. As a Londoner in New York, I have to say, I miss the rain. There's something calming about standing under an umbrella and pretending you're in a music video. But let's not forget the most important meal of the day, tea time. Americans, it's not just a beverage, it's a whole event. I also miss the old red phone booths. Where am I supposed to change into my superhero costume now? The other day I asked for a cup of tea and the server looked at me like I was crazy. Do you guys not have any tea here in America? And don't even get me started on the pronunciation of schedule. Why do Americans always ask me if I know the Queen? It's like my American friends think I have tea with the Queen every weekend. I mean, just because I'm British doesn't mean I know the Queen, but if you're curious, I do have tea with Harry Potter every Tuesday. Well, actually, Harry Potter and I also play Quidditch together on Fridays. I've always wanted to try American food, but I'm afraid I might like it more than our food and that would just be un-British. I heard Americans love their fast food. I mean, have you seen the size of those portions? It's like they're trying to make up for something. I went to a burger joint in New York and they asked me if I wanted fries with my burger. I said yes, of course. But then they gave me a portion big enough to feed a small country. You know what they say about big portions, right? It's the American way of saying we care about your health. Those fries were so big, they could have their own zip code. I went to a restaurant and asked for a small soda. They gave me a bucket. They call it a side dish, but honestly, it's big enough to be a main course. I swear these portions are getting bigger. Next time I'm gonna need a forklift to finish my meal. I swear, the desserts are bigger than my future. I don't know what they put in the water here, but they definitely put it in the food too. I had a burger so big that when I finished it, the waitress asked me, "Do you want a refill?" I went to a diner and ordered a coffee and pancakes. The waitress asked me, "Do you want syrup with your coffee?" I was at a pizza place and the server asked me, "Do you want a side of pizza with your pizza?" People are always running somewhere in this city. Maybe that's why New Yorkers have such great legs. New Yorkers say it's a city that never sleeps, but I swear this city's gotta have a bedbug infestation to stay up like this. Seriously, I haven't seen this much leg action since my last coding class. These New York streets are like my code, full of bugs and glitches. I feel like a software engineer trying to navigate these sidewalks. It's like my code, it needs constant debugging. Navigating these streets is harder than debugging my code on a Monday morning. Debugging code in the morning is like trying to find your way through Times Square during rush hour. Dealing with traffic is like debugging a piece of abandoned code. Working with legacy code is like trying to navigate a maze blindfolded. Debugging without coffee is like trying to drive a car without gas. Debugging legacy code without coffee is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Debugging with coffee is like driving a car with a hint of nitrous oxide. Debugging with energy drink is like racing a car with no brakes. Debugging with tea is like driving a car with a questionable GPS. Debugging with coffee is like fueling a car with the wrong petrol. Debugging with hot cocoa is like trying to code with mittens on. Debugging with tea is like cleaning your car with a toothbrush. Debugging with iced coffee is like trying to type with wet gloves. Debugging with hot chocolate is like trying to fix a computer with a hammer. Debugging with pumpkin spice latte is like trying to code with a broken keyboard. Debugging with chai latte is like trying to troubleshoot with a blindfold on. Debugging with peppermint mocha is like trying to program with oven mitts on. Debugging with pumpkin spice latte is like trying to code with mittens on. Debugging with eggnog is like trying to code with ski gloves on. Debugging with hot chocolate is like trying to code with oven mitts on. Debugging with peppermint tea is like trying to code with boxing gloves on. Debugging with iced coffee is like trying to code with wet hands. Trying to debug with hot cocoa is like trying to code with oven mitts on. Debugging with hot chocolate and iced coffee is like trying to write code while wearing boxing gloves. It's like trying to debug without a computer. Debugging with no coffee is like trying to stay awake during a lecture on abstract algebra. Debugging with coffee is like trying to understand an abstract algebra without a math degree. Debugging with tea is like trying to learn abstract algebra from an art major. Debugging with hot chocolate is like trying to write code in Chinese without knowing the language. Debugging with coffee is like trying to type with boxing gloves on. Debugging with tea is like trying to solve a murder case with a blindfold on. Debugging with hot chocolate is like trying to jog in high heels. Debugging with coffee is like trying to teach a cat to swim. Debugging with tea is like trying to ride a bike with square wheels. Debugging with hot chocolate is like expecting a horse to solve a math problem. Debugging with coffee is like driving a car without a steering wheel. Debugging with tea is like expecting a cat to bark. Debugging with energy drink is like playing Russian roulette with 6 bullets in the chamber. Debugging with soda is like trying to write code underwater.
Teaching was definitely tougher than comedy. At least now, I can make fun of difficult situations instead of dealing with them. Teaching was tough, but it had its perks, like the look on a student's face when they finally understood something. The only downside to comedy is that I don't get summers off anymore. Now instead of grading papers, I'm grading my own performances. It's like being a student again, but this time I actually want to do my homework. I used to have to bribe my students with candy, now the only bribe I need is laughter. Teaching is like hosting your own personal talk show, except the guests are hormonal teenagers. Teaching requires patience and endurance. Comedy requires coffee and a good dose of insanity. Teaching is like running a marathon, except the finish line keeps moving. Teaching was tougher than comedy, but at least I didn't have to deal with hecklers. Teaching really prepares you for comedy. I mean, I already knew how to deal with a room full of people who didn't listen to me. And don't get me started on parent-teacher conferences. Teaching also taught me how to deal with hecklers. I just pretend they are unruly students. After a painful parent-teacher conference, I feel like I need a comedy show just to recover. Teaching and comedy have more in common than you think. Both require an ability to improvise when things don't go as planned. Teaching and comedy are both full of unexpected surprises, like when you think the joke is going to land but it totally bombs, or when a student throws up on your shoes. During parent-teacher conferences, I use the same skills I use during a heckling audience: smile and nod. Teaching and comedy are also similar in the fact that no matter how hard you try, some things are just out of your control. Teaching and comedy are like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. You think you've got it under control and then boom, something pops up. Sometimes I feel like I'm a stand-up comedian in front of a classroom. Being a teacher is like being a parent, but you have to deal with 20 kids at once instead of just one. Teaching is the only job where you steal supplies from home to bring to work. Teaching is so difficult that by the end of the day I forget how to be an adult. Teaching is like being a ringmaster in a circus. You have to keep a lot of wild animals in check. Teaching is like juggling knives, blindfolded. You never know which one is going to fall first. Teaching is like running a marathon with no finish line. You just have to keep going and going. Teaching is like being a superhero, except there's no cool costume and you have to grade papers instead of fight crime. Teaching is like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. Every problem you solve, 2 more pop up. Teaching is like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, except the hole keeps changing shape. Teaching is like being in a canoe without a paddle, and the students keep drilling more holes. Teaching is like juggling fire, while trying to balance on a tightrope. Teaching is like playing a game of chess, where the students are the pawns and you're constantly trying to protect your king. Teaching is like surfing. You have to ride the waves of chaos and hope you don't wipe out. Teaching is like being a chef, trying to create a perfect dish for picky eaters who don't even know what they want. Teaching is like being a weatherman. Even with all the preparation and effort, things can still go wrong and you end up getting rained on. Teaching is like being a firefighter. You never know when you'll have to put out a raging temper tantrum. Teaching is like being a chef. You have to deal with some picky eaters and sometimes the food just doesn't turn out the way you thought it would. Teaching is like being a zookeeper. You have to manage a bunch of wild animals and hope nobody gets hurt. Teaching is like being a referee. You have to make sure everyone follows the rules, and sometimes you have to deal with a few timeouts. Teaching is like being a coach. You have to motivate your team and make sure they score. Teaching may have been tough, but at least I didn't have to deal with hecklers. You guys have been great, thank you. Teaching is like being a conductor. You have to coordinate different instruments to create a beautiful melody. Teaching is like being a coach. You have to train your team to win, and sometimes you have to take one for the team. Teaching is like being a traffic conductor during rush hour. Sometimes you just have to wait for the chaos to pass. Teaching is like being a parent. You have to be patient and hope that one day your hard work pays off. Teaching is like being a detective. You have to uncover each student's unique learning style. Teaching is like a roller coaster. You never know what's coming next, but you gotta strap yourself in for the ride. Teaching is also like being a therapist. You hear all their problems and try to help them solve it. Teaching is like a game show, except the contestants don't want to be there and the prizes are imaginary. I once had a student who refused to take off their sunglasses in class. I asked why, and they said, "I'm trying to make a statement." Honey, the only statement you're making is that you're failing this class. Why did the accountant cross the road? To, accrue the expenses and defer the liabilities. You know you're an accountant when you consider a calculator a best friend. As accountants, we love to find those hidden tax deductions. It's like a treasure hunt, but instead of gold, we find receipts. So I was auditing this company, and their books were so messy, I found a recipe for lasagna in the middle of their balance sheet. And you know what they say, when in doubt, just use the miscellaneous expenses category. Well, at least they didn't try to expense the lasagna as office supplies. It's like they're trying to make accounting more exciting than it actually is. I heard there's a new accounting feature that allows you to track your boredom level in real time. Have you heard about the accountant who was so excited about his work, he actually did a double entry dance? I'm convinced accountants invented the concept of fiscal years just to mess with us. Accountants are like superheroes. Instead of capes, they wear calculators. My accountant told me I need to start depreciating my jokes. That's why I'm here tonight. I heard some accountants are good at stand-up. They have a great balance sheet. Accountants love jokes. They always have a ledger to laugh at. Why did the accountant go into the music business? Because he wanted to be a financial hit. Why do accountants make good detectives? Because they always follow the money. What did the accountant say when he saw the ghost of his former client? Looks like your assets have been frozen. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the other spreadsheet. Why did the accountant refuse to return his library book? He wanted to balance his checkbook first. Why did the accountant go to sleep? Because he wanted to double entry dreamland. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the calculator on the other side. Why did the accountant get excited about his taxes? He heard he could itemize his jokes. Why did the accountant break up with his calculator? It didn't give him enough attention. Why did the accountant cross the road? To count the chickens on the other side. Why did the accountant retire early? He wanted to spend more time with his assets. Why did the accountant refuse to lend money to his friends? Because they lost interest. Why do accountants make great lovers? They know how to balance things out. What do you call an accountant without a calculator? Unemployed. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the other side of the balance sheet. What do accountants use to tan their skin? The account tanning software. Did you hear about the accountant who used to moonlight as a chef? They only made balance sheets. Why do accountants make the best lovers? They know how to balance sheets. Why did the accountant cross the road? To save 44 cents on the tolls. Do you know how accountants stay organized during the busy season? They use Excel-length spreadsheets. Why did the accountant refuse to use a calculator? He preferred to go through tough times alone. Why do accountants love numbers? Because they can always count on them. Why do accountants make great lovers? They go to great lengths to balance things out. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the balance sheet on the other side. Why do accountants wear sunglasses? Because they can't see the income tax coming. Why did the accountant get lost in the forest? Because they couldn't find their way through the tax brackets. Thank you for coming tonight. Remember, even if you're an accountant, you can still tell funny jokes. Why did the accountant cross the road? To avoid paying the toll. Why did the accountant go to the doctor? To get a balance check. Why do accountants make terrible actors? Because when it comes to creative accounting, they are the real deal. What do you call an accountant who loves rap music? A CPA certified public accountant turntablist. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get away from the auditor on the other side. Why did the accountant refuse to invest in the stock market? Because he wanted to keep his capital accounts in balance. Why did the auditor give a loan to his ex-girlfriend? To have an outstanding balance. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the other ledger. Why was the accountant always calm? He knew how to balance things out. Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. Are you ready to laugh? I was walking down the streets of NYC and I saw a guy looking at his phone holding a cup of coffee. The next thing I know, I see coffee spilled all over his front. I was like, dude, you gotta learn how to multitask. Have you noticed how many coffee shops there are in NYC? It's like every other storefront is a Starbucks. Can we get some variety, please? Who needs a coffee mug when you can just use your hands, right? Saves you the trouble of carrying it around. Why does every coffee shop need to be a serious artisanal destination these days? Sometimes I just want a regular cup of joe without a lecture on bean sourcing. I mean, what happened to good old-fashioned Folgers in a cup? Does anyone even remember that jingle anymore? Don't even get me started on the sizes. Grande, Venti, Trenta. I just want a small, medium, or large. I mean, who needs all this fancy coffee anyway? Back in my day, all we had was drip coffee and we liked it. I miss the good old days when ordering coffee was simple. Nowadays you need a dictionary just to order a coffee. It's not just coffee, have you seen the sizes they have now? You know you're in trouble when you need a loan just to get a cup of coffee. Imagine a world where paying for coffee doesn't require a credit score. Why do we need a credit score to buy a cupcake? Can it at least come with frosting? Why does my credit score matter more than my horoscope? It's not fair that my credit score is higher than my IQ. I don't know what's worse, my student loan debt or my love life. I'm starting to think my parents only sent me to college so I could grow up and pay for their cruises. I'm thinking of selling my soul to pay off my debt, but I'm pretty sure it's not worth that much. I've realized why I never win the lottery, it's because I don't even know what I would do with all that money. I always feel like I'm auditioning for adulthood, but I never get the call back. I'm still waiting for the day when adulting becomes easy, but I have a feeling it's not happening anytime soon. It's like the more responsibilities I acquire, the less I know what I'm doing. Why do we call it adulting? Can't we just call it busting our guts like our parents did? Why is it that when we were kids, we couldn't wait to be adults, and now that we're adults, we want to be kids again? Why do we think being an adult means we can't have fun anymore? Why is it that the older we get, the more we start sounding like our parents? We used to have fun without screens, what happened to that? Why is it that we always forget important things, but remember the lyrics to a song we heard in 3rd grade? It's wild how we used to rely on paper maps to get around, and now we get lost without GPS. I always forget my password, but somehow my brain remembers every embarrassing thing I've ever done. I miss the days when we could hang up the phone aggressively without accidentally ending the call. Nowadays, my keyboard knows me better than my therapist. It's crazy how much we rely on technology. I mean, have you tried reaching someone by carrier pigeon lately? I miss the good old days, when we could just knock on someone's door instead of texting, "Are you home?" I mean, have you seen the size of the phones nowadays? It's like holding a brick to your ear. It's funny how we complain about social media and yet we can't live without it. People always say technology is making us lazy, but have you seen those automatic wine bottle openers? That's innovation at its finest.
for not spending money. Who comes up with these things? It's like the banks expect us to be millionaires just to avoid fees. Maybe we should charge them a fee for not having enough money for our withdrawals. You know what's worse than bank fees? Payday loan fees. It's like paying double for being broke. It's like the banks are playing a game of how many fees can we charge this person before they notice? Banks always act like they're doing you a favor when they approve your loan. Like, buddy, you're making a profit off of me. There's no need to act like you're my savior. Why do they call it a savings account when it only saves the bank from bankruptcy? Banks charge you for everything but breathe. They'd probably start charging for that too if they could. I heard Chase Bank is offering a new account that actually pays you to breathe, but only if you have a minimum balance of $1 million. If banks charged for breathing, some people would be bankrupt just from yawning. It's like banks want us to stop breathing altogether. Have you ever noticed how ATMs charge us for the privilege of giving them our money? It's like paying someone to rob you. I mean, have you seen the fees they charge for wire transfers? It's like they're trying to bankrupt us without even trying. And don't even get me started on overdraft fees. It's like they're punishing us for not being rich. Seriously, banks need to start treating us like human beings instead of dollar signs. I mean, have you ever tried to negotiate your credit card interest rate? Might as well be talking to a brick wall. You know what's even worse? Customer service. It's like they purposely hire people who hate people. Have you ever noticed that when you're driving, anyone going slower than you is an idiot and anyone going faster than you is a maniac? And have you ever tried calling a helpline? It's like they purposely make it so you can't talk to a real person. Have you ever noticed how some companies make their logos so complicated? It's like they don't want you to recognize them. Why do fast food chains put pictures of food on their menu? You know it never looks like that in real life. Why do banks give us pens with chains attached to them? Are they afraid we'll steal them? Like, come on, I already have too many pens at home. Why do airlines always serve peanuts? I mean, do they think we're all squirrels traveling to our winter homes? Have you ever noticed how banks charge you to access your own money? It's like paying a restaurant to eat your own food. Why do we park in a driveway and drive in a parkway? Why do we call them apartments if they're so close together? Why do we call it a building if it's already built? Hey, what's up, New York City? New York is the greatest city on earth, and I should know, I'm an accountant. You know what they say about New York City? If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, I made it, as an accountant. I'm proof that accountants can be funny too. It just takes a lot of coffee and a little bit of bravery. I may be an accountant, but I can still keep a budget. That's why I only buy coffee on days that end in Y. Being an accountant is like being a superhero except instead of a cape and mask, I have a calculator and a pocket protector. You know what's scarier than tax season? Being audited. It's like getting pulled over by the IRS. You know what's worse than your boss stealing your lunch? Your boss stealing your calculator. I tried to do my taxes in the dark. Turns out, you can't write off a flashlight. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the bottom line. Have you heard about the fraudulent accountant? Yeah, he was really cooking the books. Why do accountants make good lovers? They are great with figures. Why did the accountant cross the road? To avoid the audit. What's the difference between an accountant and a computer? You only have to punch information into a computer once. Why do accountants make good lovers? They are great at balancing the sheets. Accountants have a sense of humor, but it's a cruel world out there. Did you hear about the accountant who became a rapper? He spit hot bars and dropped some sick beats on the calculator. Why did the accountant cross the road? To get to the tax evasion seminar on the other side. What do you call an accountant without a calculator? Jobless. Why do accountants hate vacations? They don't want to lose their accrual identity. Accountants are the only people who can get excited about depreciation. It's a straight line towards the end. Why are accountants always so calm? Because they have a balanced approach to life. You know you are an accountant when you use the phrase "let me do some quick math" in everyday conversations. Speaking of quick math, did you know accountants can calculate the exact amount of regret someone feels when they see their credit card statement? As an accountant, I'm always looking for ways to save money. That's why I never answer my phone anymore. I'm thinking of opening up a second bank account just for my regrets. I hate it when people say they're saving money by not going out. Like, congratulations, you're rich enough to have a social life. I'm so jealous. People say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? You know what's better than having money? Not having to worry about it all the time. Being rich affords you the luxury of choosing which problems to have. I used to think money can't buy happiness, but then I realized it's much more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes than on a bicycle. It's funny how millionaires always say that money doesn't matter, like they wouldn't mind giving it all away. The only people who say money can't buy happiness are those who have never had to choose between a bill and a meal. You know what they say, money can't buy love, but it sure can buy a lot of things that make people pretend to love you. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet ski. Have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? Didn't think so. If money can't buy happiness, then why do they sell wine? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a trip to Hawaii. And have you ever seen a sad person on a beach with a drink in their hand? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a puppy. And have you ever seen a sad person with a puppy? Money can't buy health, but it can buy a personal trainer. And have you ever seen a sad person with a six-pack? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a vacation. And have you ever seen a sad person on vacation? Have you ever noticed that some money just makes you happier than others? For example, finding a $20 bill on the street is way more exciting than your paycheck. Money can't buy health, but it can buy a personal trainer. And have you ever seen a person with a personal trainer who's not healthy? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a vacation. And have you ever seen a person who went on vacation and came back unhappy? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a matchmaking service. And have you ever seen a person who used a matchmaking service and ended up alone? Money can't buy health, but it can buy a personal trainer. And have you ever seen a person who hired a personal trainer and got sick? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a vacation. And have you ever seen a person who went on vacation and came back more miserable? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog. And have you ever seen a person who bought a dog and felt unloved? Money can't buy health, but it can pay for a doctor. And have you ever seen a person who paid for a doctor and felt worse? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy chocolate. And have you ever seen a person who bought chocolate and felt sad? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a puppy. And have you ever seen a person who bought a puppy and felt lonely? Hello everyone. Welcome to Laughing Through Life. I've been trying to eat healthier lately. Keyword, trying. I don't always give up on my diet, but when I do, it's because of pizza. I used to think carbs were my enemy. Turns out, it's just my willpower. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I think pizza is a close second. Do you ever feel like a salad just isn't enough and a pizza is too much? That's where tacos come in, folks. But seriously, folks, laughter is the best medicine. Unless you're lactose. I've been trying to eat healthier, but then I realized that all the good stuff is just bad for you in large quantities. Like avocado, it's just a fart in a fruit. I recently tried to switch to almond milk, but then I found out that it doesn't come from almond cows. I was utterly disappointed. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but if you throw it hard enough, it keeps everyone away. Speaking of disappointing discoveries, I recently learned that the grapefruit is neither a grape nor a fruit, it's just a bitter lie. My doctor told me to stop having intimate dinners for 4, unless there are 3 other people with me. I once got a haircut, looked in the mirror and realized, I can't pull off this look without my beard, but it's fine. I'll just tell people I'm going through a midlife crisis. I tried to start a hot air balloon business, but it never took off. I once tried to be a magician, but my tricks were so bad that people started throwing tomatoes at me, and then I realized, I forgot to bring any tomatoes for them to throw. I also tried to be a beekeeper, but my bees were more interested in stinging me than making honey. I also tried to be a fireman, but I kept accidentally setting things on fire. I also tried to be a florist, but my plants always ended up looking like they were about to die. I also tried to be a lifeguard, but I always ended up pushing people into the water. I also tried to be a wedding planner, but the only thing I planned was my own single life. I also tried to be a housekeeper, but the only thing I kept was my mess. I also tried to be a bartender, but the only thing I served was my own loneliness. I also attempted to be a hairdresser, but the only thing I cut was my own hair. I also tried my hand at being a matchmaker, but the only thing I set up was my own disappointment. I also thought about being a stunt double, but the only thing I fell for was my own height. I also attempted to become a fire eater, but the only thing I burned were my taste buds. I tried being a magician once. Let's just say the rabbit never made it out of the hat. I thought about trying my luck as a sword swallower, but I don't want to be the only person that knows what I had for breakfast. I've never understood why people are afraid of clowns. I mean, sure they have colorful hair and makeup, and they are always smiling, but have you looked into their eyes? Those things are black holes, man. I once tried to be a mime, but every time I was trapped in a box, I'd panic and yell, "Let me out, let me out." My neighbor's dog barks all the time, but I figured out a solution. I just started barking back and now we have a conversation every morning. Have you ever noticed how dogs always seem to know when you're not a dog person? I'm convinced dogs have a secret society where they discuss their humans' behavior. I mean, have you ever seen a dog that wasn't completely in control of their human? I bet dogs think humans are the weirdest creatures with all our strange quirks. Cats, on the other hand, think we're just big, dumb cats. Have you ever noticed how different cats are from dogs? Dogs may be man's best friend, but cats are definitely a woman's best therapist. People often say that dogs have owners, but cats have staff. And let's not forget about the birds. They are like the nosy neighbors we all wish we didn't have. And don't even get me started on the reptiles. Have a good night, everyone. I swear sometimes I think my pets are plotting against me. Especially the cat. He just stares at me with this smug expression like he knows something I don't. I think the birds are in on it too. Have you ever noticed how they always seem to be listening in on your conversations? And don't even get me started on the hamsters. I swear they are up to something. You know who I really don't trust? Squirrels. I think they are secretly plotting against us. Did you know that chipmunks have their own secret society too? They are the real danger. Have you ever noticed how squirrels always seem to be watching you? And don't even get me started on raccoons. I swear they are the master thieves of the animal kingdom. Speaking of animal conspiracies, have you ever noticed how birds always seem to be in on something? I mean, have you seen squirrels burying their nuts? They are like tiny little Scrooge McDucks.
Are you all ready for a drink and a laugh? Who here has had a bad hangover before and still thinks alcohol is a good idea? Hangovers are nature's way of saying, hey, remember when you thought you were cool last night? I tried giving up drinking, but then I remembered why alcohol was invented in the first place. You know you're really drunk when you think the cab fare is the time. Alcohol is not the answer, it just makes you forget the questions. Alcohol can turn even the most well-behaved person into a raging idiot. Trust me, I used to be a bartender. There's a reason why it's called liquid courage. Drinking may not solve your problems, but neither does water. At least alcohol makes them more entertaining. Alcohol is like duct tape, it fixes everything temporarily. I love drinking, but not as much as I love the people I drink with. I always feel like a superhero after a night of drinking, except my power is making terrible decisions. Hangovers are like regrets, they are only fun to talk about when they are not yours. I've never been to a bar that didn't have at least one person crying in the bathroom. It's like a support group for bad decisions. One time, I woke up with a tattoo of a chicken wearing sunglasses on my ankle. I don't even like chickens. I once saw a guy try to take his drink from the bathroom to the bar. He didn't make it very far. My favorite thing to do at the bar is watch people try to take selfies with their drinks. It's like they are trying to prove to their ex that they are happy without them. You know what's worse than a hangover? Waking up to 10 blurry pictures of yourself on Instagram with cocktail umbrellas in your hair. I hate when people order complicated drinks and then complain about how long it takes to make. You wanna know what's worse than a complicated drink order? A complicated food order. You know what's more frustrating than a complicated food order? When they send it back to the kitchen and make it even more complicated. You know what's even worse than a complicated food order? When they don't even know what they want. I mean, how hard is it to just pick something off the damn menu? And don't even get me started on the side order substitutions. Why does the avocado have to be extra? It's not like it's made of gold. I mean, seriously, can we just get a normal menu without all these fancy options? Can we go back to the days of just ordering a burger and fries? I miss the days when a drink was just a drink, not a work of art. You know what's worse than a fancy drink menu? A pretentious food menu. Some people go to fancy bars to drink. I go to fancy bars to people watch. I don't understand why some bars have tiny tables. Now I have to decide between my drink or my phone. I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them. Like a last call for memories. I hate when people take pictures of their drinks. Sorry, but your cocktail is not that interesting, no filter. Why do people insist on putting kale in everything? I mean, yeah, it's healthy but so is exercise, and nobody wants to do that. Kale sucks. Why do we call it a quickie? It's not like it's faster than regular sex toy Algitid. Why do we call it a drive-through when nobody ever drives through it? It should really be called a park and stop drive-throughs. I don't understand why they call it a silent disco. People are still making noise, not silent. Why do we call it a food truck when we never actually eat the truck? It should be called a food stand on wheels food truck. Have you ever noticed that the more expensive a shampoo is, the smaller the bottle is? It's like they are saying, this bottle is expensive, not the shampoo, expensive bottle. Why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways? That's some backwards thinking right there, wordplay. You know what they say, a watched pot never boils, but a pot of boiling water will definitely watch you back. Why do we say we're head over heels when we're usually on our feet, wordplay? Why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways, wordplay? Why do we call it taking a dump when we are actually leaving one wordplay? Why do we say that we're head over heels in love? Aren't our heads always over our heels? Wordplay. Why do they call them apartments when they are all stuck together? Wordplay. Why do we call it taking a dump when we are actually leaving one behind? Wordplay. Why do we park on driveways but drive on parkways? Wordplay. Why do we park in a driveway, but drive on a parkway? And why are they called apartments when they are so close together? Wordplay. Have you ever noticed that dry erase boards are pointless until you write on them? Hey there, Big Apples. Are you ready for some juicy jokes? You know what they say about New York, the city that never sleeps? Well, it's true. I went out last night and didn't get home until my alarm clock went off. From banker to comedian, I had to make a lot of withdrawals and deposits to get here. I may have left banking, but at least now I can laugh all the way to the bank. My bank account may not be as full as it used to, but at least I'm not losing any interest. The only thing I miss about banking is the free pens. People always ask me why I left banking. Well, I went from working with a bunch of loans to working on my punker lines. Let me tell you, the only thing worse than a boss who micromanages is a boss who can't even spell micromanage. My old co-workers used to say banking is like the mafia, once you're in, you can't get out. Speaking of bosses, you know what they say, those who can't do, manage. Speaking of bosses, I once had a boss who thought a CD was a compact disc instead of a certificate of deposit. And don't get me started on performance reviews. I swear, my boss thought 360 meant the number of cans in a case of beer. I had a boss who thought a mutual fund was a group therapy session. My co-worker thought a bull market was a farmer's market for cows. My friend thought a stock market was a farmer's market for tree trunks. Can you believe it? I heard my neighbor invested in Amazon stock. She's hoping to get a delivery soon. I heard my cat invested in tuna stock, but the returns were underwhelming. I heard my grandma invested in retirement homes. She's hoping to live in one soon. My uncle tried to invest in the Pirate Bay, but his lines were too slow. My cousin invested in a mattress company. Now he's making a bed of money. My aunt invested in a belt company. She's now keeping her stocks tight. My neighbor invested in a fan company. He's now blowing his profits. My friend invested in a bakery. Now he's rolling in dough. My cousin invested in a mattress company, but he's still trying to sleep on that decision. My uncle invested in a shoe company. Now he's really stepping up his game. My aunt invested in a lipstick company. Now she's really putting on a show. My cousin invested in a hair products company. Now she's really letting her hair down. My sister invested in a lotion company. Now she's really rubbing it in. My aunt invested in a candle company. Now she's really lighting up the room. My cousin invested in a shoe company. Now she's really kicking it. My friend invested in a paper company. Now he's rolling in it. My neighbor invested in a garden company. Now she's reaping the profits. My cousin invested in a restaurant. Now she's cooking up a storm. My aunt invested in a perfume company. Now she's making sense. My uncle invested in a gym. He's really working it. My cousin invested in a restaurant. Now she's cooking up profits. My sister invested in a hair salon. Now she's cutting through the competition. My aunt invested in a gym. Now she's flexing her dividends. My cousin invested in a bakery. Now she's rolling in dough. My uncle invested in a pet store. Now he's purring with profits. My sister invested in a gym. Now she's flexing her profits. My cousin invested in a coffee shop. Now he's brewing with profits. My sister invested in a bakery. Now she's making a lot of dough. My sister invested in a bakery. Now she's on a roll with profits. My dad invested in a construction company. Now he's building his way to the top. My cousin invested in a gym. Now she's lifting profits. My aunt invested in a vineyard. Now she's great at managing her money. My sister invested in a candle company, now she's really weak at managing her money. My uncle invested in a hot sauce company, now he's getting jalapeno business. My cousin invested in a boat rental business, now their profits keep floating away. My brother invested in a dog grooming business, now he's always in the doghouse. My uncle invested in a candle making business, now he's burning through his money. Hey everyone, how's the math homework coming along? Any fellow ex-accountants in the house? It's time for us to show our wild side. I used to work in finance and let me tell you, numbers never lie, but people do. I swear, being an accountant was like being a therapist, but without the emotional reward. I had a client who always complained that their profits were too low. I finally had to tell them, maybe it's your bad business decisions, Gary. I had to explain to a client that buying a yacht isn't a tax write-off just because you put your company's logo on it. I'm telling you, being an accountant is like being a therapist. You hear all their problems, but you can't fix any of them. I had a client who thought he could claim his dog as a dependent because he spent more on his dog's food than his own. Some clients are so disorganized, their books look like a toddler went wild with a coloring book. I had a client who claimed their gym membership as a business expense because they occasionally take work calls while on the treadmill. Some clients' financial statements make me wonder if they are in the right business. Some people should just stick to sweating on the treadmill instead of sweating over their financial statements. I've seen more creative accounting techniques on an episode of SpongeBob. I heard a guy say he uses Excel for his bookkeeping, and I was like, woohoo, 1995 called and they want their accounting software back. I don't understand why anyone would use Excel for bookkeeping when there are so many great options out there. If you're still using Excel for bookkeeping, I'm sorry to break it to you, but your business is stuck in 1995. I mean, who wants to spend their entire day staring at spreadsheets anyway? Seriously, let's embrace the future and say goodbye to those boring spreadsheets. And don't even get me started on all those formulas, boring. Numbers were the reason I became an accountant, but then I realized, I don't even like numbers. Whoever said accountants are boring obviously never met me. Being an accountant is like being a detective, except I don't get to wear cool sunglasses or carry a gun. And don't even get me started on tax season. You know what they say about accountants, we're just really good at counting other people's money. But hey, at least I know how to save you a few bucks on your taxes. I mean, who needs to count their own money when you can count everyone else's? I once had a client who claimed his dog as a dependent. I've seen it all. I've had some clients who definitely needed more than an accountant, like therapy or something. I had a client who asked if they could write off their vacation to the Bahamas as a business expense. Talk about creative accounting. It's like some clients think I'm their therapist, not their accountant. Maybe I should start charging extra for emotional labor. I had a client who tried to claim their pet hamster as a dependent. Like, don't get me wrong, I love that little guy, but I don't think he qualifies for the child tax credit. I swear, People will do anything to avoid paying taxes. I had a client try to write off their spa treatments as a business expense. Like, sorry Karen, getting a massage doesn't make your coffee shop a wellness center. I had another client who claimed their yoga retreat as a business expense. Sorry, Janet, but downward dog doesn't count as a tax write-off. I had a client who tried to claim their Netflix subscription as a business expense. I mean, I guess watching The Office could be considered research, but come on. I had a client who tried to claim their daily Starbucks as a business expense. I guess caffeine addiction counts as a work requirement now. I had a client who tried to claim their gym membership as a business expense. I mean, I guess they were working out their stress from dealing with me. Looks like my clients are getting creative with their business expenses. Next thing you know, someone will try to write off their Netflix subscription as research for character development. I think my clients need a lesson in what a business expense is. The other day, one tried to claim their child's dance lessons as a business investment. I'm starting to think my clients need an accountant more than they need a business. I had a client try to claim their trip to Vegas for a convention as a business expense. Yeah, because what happens in Vegas definitely counts as a tax write-off. Looks like we have a few accountants in the crowd tonight. I once had a client deduct their pet grooming expenses as a business expense. I mean, I love my cat too, but come on. I once had a client who claimed his Netflix subscription as a business expense. I mean, I love binge watching just as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client once try to claim their gym membership as a business expense. I mean, I love a good workout as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client who tried to claim their fancy dinners as a business expense. I mean, I love a good meal as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client who tried to claim their expensive spa treatments as a business expense. I mean, I love a good massage as much as the next person, but come on. Some of my clients try to claim their yacht rental as a business expense. I mean, I love a good boat ride as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client who told me they spent $10,000 on a single dinner and wanted to claim it as a business expense. I mean, I love a good steak as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client who tried to claim their trip to Disneyland as a business expense. I mean, I love Mickey Mouse as much as the next person, but come on. I had a client who wanted to claim their pet's spa day as a business expense. I mean, I love a pampered pup as much as the next person, but come on. From London to LA, the only thing that's changed is the weather. And the traffic, oh the traffic is still the same. And don't even get me started on the food, fish and chips to In-N-Out Burger, really? I heard LA traffic was bad, but I didn't expect a parking lot on the freeway. But seriously, I miss the rainy days and cozy pubs. You think LA has a lot of vegan restaurants, but you haven't seen London's meat-free scene. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the tube during rush hour. I've never seen rain like this in LA. I felt like I was back in London. The only time I ever enjoyed rush hour on the tube was when another passenger offered me their seat. That only happened twice in my entire career in HR. It's just my luck that the one time I leave London, it decides to have a heat wave. I tried to be a vegetarian once, but then I remembered how much I love bacon. I thought moving to LA would mean I'd never have to deal with British weather again. So much for that. I miss the London Tube, said no one ever. I couldn't find any good tea in LA, so I had to start importing it from England. Even the pigeons look more stylish in London. LA pigeons look like they've given up on life. LA pigeons are so lazy they can't even fly straight. LA pigeons are the only birds that I've seen who look like they are taking antidepressants. When LA pigeons get lost, they use their GPS feathers, but they still end up in the same place. LA pigeons are so chill, they don't even fly away when you walk towards them, they just kind of look at you like you do you, I'll do me. LA pigeons are so laid back, they probably meditate instead of flying south for the winter. I think LA pigeons are really onto something, we could all learn a thing or two from their laid back attitude. I mean, how can pigeons be so chill when humans are so high-strung? Maybe we need to start sitting on statues and pooping on cars. Maybe we need to take a page out of the pigeon's book and just learn to chill out a little more. Maybe we just need to accept that sometimes, life is going to be a little messy, and that's okay. Let's face it, we are all just a hot mess express trying to make our way in this crazy world. It's like trying to clean up glitter. No matter how hard you try, you're still going to find some stuck somewhere. Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. Life is full of surprises, like finding a sock you thought was lost. Life is like a game of Jenga, one wrong move and everything comes crashing down. Life is like a bag of M&Ms, you never know what you're going to get. Life is like a game of Tetris, it never ends and the speed keeps increasing. Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what flavor you're gonna get. Life is like a roller coaster, sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, and it's over too fast. Life is like a game of chess, sometimes you think you have it all figured out, but then the queen takes your knight and you're left wondering what went wrong. Life is like a game of poker, sometimes you're dealt a great hand, sometimes you have to bluff your way through, but the key is to always keep playing. Life is like a game of roulette, sometimes you hit the jackpot, and sometimes you end up with a whole lot of nothing, but the thrill is in taking the risk and placing your bets. Life is like a game of blackjack, sometimes you need to hit or stand, but you never know what the dealer has. Just remember, it's not about always winning, it's about playing the game. Life is like a game of poker, sometimes you get a great hand and sometimes you're bluffing, but it's all about knowing when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em. Life is like a game of roulette, you never know where the ball will land, but it's about enjoying the thrill of the game. Life is full of detours, but those detours often lead to unexpected adventures. Life is like a game of poker, you have to make the best of the hands you're dealt, but it's about bluffing your way to the top. Life is like a game of roulette, you can bet on your lucky number or choose black or red, but it's all about embracing uncertainty. Life is like a game of chess, you have to make strategic moves to win, but sometimes sacrificing a piece can lead to checkmate. Life's like a vending machine, you never know what you're gonna get, but hey, at least the snacks are good. Life's like a song, sometimes you get the chorus stuck in your head, but hey, at least it's catchy. Life's like a box of chocolates, sometimes you get the good ones and sometimes you get the not so good, but hey, at least it's still chocolate. Life's like a book, sometimes you get stuck on the boring parts, but hey, at least there's a chance for a plot twist. Life's a journey, sometimes you take the scenic route and sometimes you hit traffic, but hey, at least the destination is worth it. Life's an adventure, sometimes you get lost on the way, but hey, at least you have a story to tell. Hey Silicon Valley, how many engineers does it take to change a light bulb? How many startup founders does it take to screw in a light bulb? Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the programmer break up with the computer? He found they had no connection. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. You know what they say about programmers and their love life. Their love life is like their code, always full of errors. Have you heard about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? The instructions on the shampoo bottle said, lather, rinse, repeat. Programmers will understand me when I say that my love life is like a code without proper indentation, hard to read and full of bugs. And dating apps only make it worse. It's like searching for a semicolon in a code with thousands of curly braces. But at least in coding, we have debuggers to help us. In love, we're on our own. Love and code have one thing in common, no one knows what they are doing. For those of us in tech, we know the true meaning of 404 error, love not found. Dating a programmer is like a debugging session, they are always looking for an error in you. Being in a relationship with a programmer is like being in a constant beta version, you never know what bugs will pop up next. Programmers think debugging software is hard, they should try debugging a relationship. Dating a programmer is like playing a never-ending game of code review. Being married to a programmer is like living with a debugger, everything I do is constantly being scrutinized. My husband actually proposed to me in binary code. I said yes, but it took him 10 minutes to realize it. Sometimes I wonder if my husband is more in love with his code than with me. My husband said he's working on a new development project, but I think he's just cheating on me with his keyboard. I told my husband if he wanted to sleep with his computer more than me, he might as well upgrade to a robot. My husband thinks he's got the latest technology, but I'm still his best upgrade. My husband's eyes light up when he sees a new gadget. I just wish he had the same reaction when he sees me. Technology may be advancing, but my love life feels like it's still in beta testing. My dating app profile picture is just a screenshot of me fixing a bug. I thought I met the perfect guy online, but turns out he was just a really good algorithm. So I tried to program my perfect partner, but all I got was a segmentation fault. I dated a guy who's obsessed with his VR headset. It was like he was cheating on me with pixels. I tried online dating, but all I got were SQL injections. My ex was a software developer. He had so many bugs he needed an exterminator. My boss said I should debug my code, but I prefer to call it an Easter egg hunt. My code isn't perfect, but at least it's not Windows Vista. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. I tried to write code that wasn't dependent on any libraries, but then I realized that I was recreating jQuery badly. Have you ever tried to read code that you wrote at 3 a.m? It's like trying to read ancient hieroglyphs after being hit in the head with a brick. Debugging is like being a detective in crime movie where you are also the murderer. Coding is like playing hide and seek with your mistakes. I love coding because it's the only profession where you can create a world and then rule it. We coders never say goodbye, we just say Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. As coders, we may not be social, but at least we know our variables won't ghost us. And that's why I'm never invited to non-tech parties anymore. As coders, we may not have social skills, but we never let our programs crash alone. As coders, we may not be good at small talk, but we excel at debugging. We may not be good at parties, but we excel at debugging a hungover code. Debugging may seem boring, but wait till you try debugging a conversation with a non-tech person. Communicating with non-tech people is like trying to teach a chicken to dance. Trying to explain coding to non-tech people is like trying to explain love to a robot. Getting a non-tech person to pay for software is like trying to sell a vegan on a steak. The only thing non-tech people understand about my job is that I make a lot more money than them. When non-tech people ask me what I do, I just say I'm a magician. They can never figure out how we make things work.
Hello world. Welcome to Laughing Through Coding. Have you heard about the new restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You just get what you deserve. Coding is like cooking. You need the right ingredients to make something delicious. Talking about coding is like talking about politics. It's almost impossible not to offend someone. Debugging is like solving a mystery, but the culprit is always your own code. Coding is like playing a video game, except you are creating the game as you go. Have you ever tried to explain your code to a non-programmer? It's like trying to explain a brick wall to a bird. Coding is like trying to solve a puzzle where the pieces are constantly changing. Have you ever written code so bad that even your cat walked away from the computer? Debugging is like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also moving and the haystack is on fire. Coding is like a marathon, except you're also the one building the track while running. Have you ever tried to debug code while your cat was sitting on the keyboard? It's like trying to drive a car while a kangaroo is hopping on the gas pedal. Debugging code is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Except the needle is also a haystack. My code is so clean. It should come with a mop and bucket. I don't always write code, but when I do, I try not to make it my last words. Debugging is like being the detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Programming is like cooking. Just like adding the right ingredients can make a dish delicious, writing the right code can make a program fantastic. Coding is like building a puzzle. Every line of code is like a puzzle piece. Putting them in the right order can create a masterpiece. Have you experienced the frustration of debugging line by line? It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But when you finally find it, it's like finding a diamond in the rough. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie, except you're also the murderer. Coding is like a roller coaster. It has its ups and downs, and it can make you scream. Coding can be frustrating, but at least you're not a QA tester. Programming is like a puzzle. You have to find the missing piece to make it work. I love coding because it's like a never-ending game of problem solving. Programming is like building a bridge, except the bridge is already at the bottom of the canyon. Programming is like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Coding is like playing hide and seek with your computer, but your computer always finds you first. Programming is like a puzzle where you're trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, but the colors keep changing. Being a programmer is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Programming is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also constantly moving. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the victim. Have you ever tried to explain your code to someone and realized you don't even understand it yourself? Coding in a nutshell. Fix a problem. Create 3 more. Repeat until the code is a beautiful mess. Sometimes I feel like my code has a mind of its own, and it's not a very smart one. Coding is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Every programmer's favorite word is "it works on my machine." When coding, the only thing guaranteed is the unexpected. Programming is like being lost in a maze, but with less cheese. Debugging is like being a detective in a murder case where you're also the murderer. Thank you, everyone. Remember, debugging code is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. How many programmers does it take to change a light bulb? None. That's a hardware problem. Programming is like cooking. Few ingredients, but different combinations can lead to a mess. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts equals less bugs. Why do programmers call Halloween hexadecimal? Because the 31st of October is the 25th. Why do programmers have a hard time understanding poetry? They can't see the semicolons. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less warts per screen. Why do programmers like to use ice cubes in their drinks? They prefer their Java cold. Why do programmers use sunlight? Vitamin C. Why do programmers like to work outdoors? They need to debug the atmosphere.
What's up, LA? Hey, you know what they say about LA weather, right? LA weather changes faster than celebrities change their significant others. Compared to LA weather, my dating life is as stable as a rock. It's hard to keep up with LA fashion trends. Last week, crop tops were in. Now, apparently, it's all about the turtlenecks. I recently tried to switch to a healthier lifestyle. Let's just say, In-N-Out Burger still has my heart. I once went to a juice bar and asked for something sweet. They handed me a glass of kale. I mean, come on. I tried to exercise once. Let's just say, my gym membership is now a donation. I decided to try a juice cleanse, but after one day, my body was like, please feed me something other than kale and coconut water. I hate cardio, it's like my legs are protesting against me. I tried to switch to cycling instead of running, but my gut is not a fan. I heard that walking is good for you, but I haven't tried it yet. I don't want my feet to hate me too. I think I'll stick to swimming. It's the only sport where I can wear a full face of makeup and not be judged. My doctor told me to start jogging. I told him I'm 50, I'm not sure I want to jog for 45 minutes straight. He told me to just run a little each day, so now I run a little late for everything. I tried Zumba once, but I think I was doing it wrong. Everyone else was sweating and panting, and I was just twirling my hair. I recently started a juice cleanse. It's a lot like running a marathon, except instead of feeling the wind in your hair, you just feel really hungry. I've never been much of a runner, unless it's towards free food. My idea of exercise is lifting the remote, and occasionally my glass of wine. I tried going to the gym once, but then I realized sweatpants and Netflix at home is much more me. I hate exercising, but I love the feeling of having exercised until the soreness kicks in. I once tried to jog and listen to a podcast at the same time. Let's just say I ended up with a completely different kind of workout. I also hate going to the gym, but I love to use their free Wi-Fi. I have a love-hate relationship with my Fitbit. It's the only thing that understands my commitment issues. I tried to join a gym for their motivational quotes, but they kept trying to make me work out. My doctor told me I need to start exercising. I said my mom's been telling me that for years and I still haven't listened. My dad said to me, why can't you be more like your friend Karen? She runs marathons. I said, Dad, Karen's a dog. I tried to start jogging once, but I think the ice cream truck is a better motivator for me. I don't run because cardio is just Latin for I hate myself in the morning. I don't do marathons, unless it's Netflix, then I'm all in. I just discovered the joy of walking my cat. It's like walking a dog, except the cat looks at you like you're a peasant. I tried to do yoga once, but my body just laughed at me. My cat has more Instagram followers than me. I think it's time to reevaluate my life choices. Yesterday, I saw a pigeon doing downward dog better than me. My dog just got a job as a therapy assistant. I'm starting to think I'm the one who needs therapy. I tried to teach my cat to meditate, now she just sits there judging me. My cat convinced me to get a dog, now they are both in cahoots. I tried to give my dog a bath, now my cat has a new swimming pool. I swear my pets are plotting against me. I found them reading How to Take Over the World for Dummies. My hamster tried to stage a coup, but she couldn't get past the guinea pig's army. My cat thinks she's the queen of the house. She even has a scepter. Have you ever tried to train a goldfish? It's so hard to teach them tricks, they just keep swimming in circles. My goldfish thinks she's Nemo, she even has a lost fin. My cat thinks she's a lion, she even roars at the vacuum cleaner. My hamster thinks he's Sonic, he even runs on his wheel at lightning speed. My goldfish thinks he's a shark, he even attacks his own food flakes. My parrot thinks he's a rapper, he even spits out rhymes whenever he talks. My hamster thinks he's a race car driver, he even spins on his wheel like he's at the Indy 500. My goldfish thinks he's a ballerina, he even twirls around his bowl like he's in Swan Lake. My rabbit thinks he's a magician, he even disappears after eating my homework. My hamster thinks he's a superhero, he even wears a cape to bed.
Who's ready to laugh through their taxes? I don't always understand taxes, but I understand the importance of a good refund. Why do they call it income tax? I haven't seen any pieces of my income thanking me for giving them away. You think taxes are bad? Try working retail on Black Friday. I don't mind paying taxes, it's the paperwork that kills me. I heard they are introducing a new tax form this year. They are calling it the hoops. We lost your paperwork form. Tax forms are like love letters written in code. You think you got it right, but then the IRS sends you a Dear John letter. Sometimes I feel like the IRS is my ex. They keep taking money from me and I don't know why. The only thing worse than doing taxes is doing them twice. I wish taxes were as easy as telling my ex to give me my stuff back. Filling out tax forms is like jumping through hoops but with paper cuts. They take $1 from us. No wonder people hate tax season more than a visit to the DMV. It's like the government hired a team of sadistic accountants to make our lives miserable. Why do we even need to file taxes? Can't the IRS just check our bank accounts and take what they need? I mean, who needs food and shelter anyway? Taxes are much more important. I mean, have you ever tried to read the tax code? It's like trying to decipher an ancient hieroglyphic language. I heard the IRS is coming out with a new form. It's called the Confusion 1040. I read that the tax code is over 75,000 pages long. I mean, who has time for that? It's like they want us to fail. The tax brackets are like a game of limbo. How low can you go? Why does the IRS keep asking me to show my work? I thought I graduated from school. It's like the tax code is a secret language only accountants understand. I feel like I need a Rosetta Stone just to file my taxes. Whoever said nothing is certain except death and taxes clearly never had to deal with the IRS. I mean, who can actually keep up with all these tax law changes? The only thing that's consistent is the confusion. I'm convinced that the IRS is just trying to confuse us all so we give up and pay whatever they say. It's like they're speaking a whole different language with these tax forms and deductions. Have you ever tried reading the tax code? It's like trying to decipher hieroglyphics. Why do we have to pay taxes on taxes? It's like the government is running an ongoing garage sale on our paychecks. Speaking of taxes, has anyone noticed how long the lines are at the post office on tax day? I swear, it's like waiting in line for a new iPhone release. Why is it that taxes are due right before springtime? It's like the government wants to kill the joy of blossoming flowers and chirping birds. It's funny how we have to pay taxes on the money we make from our jobs, but the government doesn't have to pay taxes on the money they make from us. Do you ever feel like filling out your tax forms is like doing a crossword puzzle with no answers? Taxes are like traffic. You can't avoid it and it's always a headache. Have you ever noticed that taxes are like a never-ending story? Just when you think you're done, there's another chapter. But you know what's worse than taxes? Auditing. That's like getting stuck in traffic with a cop car behind you. Taxes are like a game of whack-a-mole. You think you've hit everything, but then something else pops up. I tried doing my taxes while drinking wine, and I ended up with deductions for my cat's birthday party. It's like the government is saying happy tax day while taking money out of your pocket. Thanks for laughing through taxes with me tonight, folks. Remember, the only thing certain in life is taxes, and laughter. The only thing worse than paying taxes is getting audited by the IRS. Why do we even bother making money if the government just takes it all? It's like the government thinks we're ATM machines with bad bank security. I don't know about you, but I feel like I need to hire a CPA just to understand my tax forms. And don't even get me started on itemized deductions. If I have to hear the word deduction one more time, I'm gonna need a deduction for my therapy bills. Seriously, can't we just pay taxes in emojis already? I mean, who even understands tax forms? It's like they were written in some ancient language that only IRS agents know. I heard the IRS is considering using hieroglyphics on tax forms now. I mean, might as well. It couldn't be any more confusing than it already is. Hey everyone, from counting beans to counting laughs, I'm here to make you forget about taxes and spreadsheets. Who knew being a comedian pays less than being an accountant? I should have kept counting beans. Accountants aren't boring, they just lack imagination. That's why I had to become a comedian. Being an accountant is like being a detective, but without the excitement and the cool gadgets. They say accountants are just glorified bookkeepers. I say, at least bookkeepers don't have to deal with the IRS. I once had a client who wanted me to cook the books. I told them I'm an accountant, not a chef. I tried cooking once, but my smoke detector beat me at Iron Chef. I guess you could say my cooking skills are on the brink of disaster. I made a cake the other day. Let's just say it was an epic fail. My grocery shopping skills aren't much better. I tried to fix my sink the other day. Let's just say I'm sticking to comedy. I thought about becoming a handyman once, but then I realized I was better at breaking stuff than fixing it. I once tried to paint my house. Let's just say it's still half done. My wife once asked me to hang a picture, and let's just say, we still don't have it up. My handyman skills are so bad. I once tried to fix a leaky faucet. It's now a full-blown flood. I'm not sure if I should be proud or ashamed that my wife can fix things around the house better than I can. My wife said she wanted a new kitchen, so I bought her a Barbie dream house. My wife asked me to take her to a romantic dinner, so I took her to KFC. Nothing says love like fried chicken. My wife said she wanted to feel pampered, so I booked her a weekend at a camping site. Nothing says luxury like a portable toilet. My wife said she wants a romantic getaway, so I booked her a stay at a haunted mansion. Nothing says love like risking your life together. This one time I took my wife to a mud bath, but I think I got us lost in a pigsty. Nothing like a little mud and manure to spice things up, right? My in-laws came to visit, so I took them to an escape room. Nothing says family bonding like being trapped in a small room together. My grandparents once took me to a family reunion. We had to travel by carriage, and let me tell you, it was not a smooth ride. Have you ever noticed that every family has that one weird uncle? In my case, it's me. I have a friend who always tells me that he's the black sheep of his family. I don't have the heart to tell him that he's not unique. My family is always arguing and bickering. It's like we're one big dysfunctional sitcom. My sister is always stealing my clothes. I don't get it. She's twice my size. My parents always tell me to never settle for less. So I guess that's why they're still together after all these years. My ex-girlfriend said I never listened to her, or something like that. I always make sure to aim high and never settle for anything less. Like my goal to be a successful comedian, or my aim when I'm using the bathroom. I may not have listened to my ex-girlfriend, but I always listen to my mother. She's always reminding me to floss my teeth. And I tell her, Mum, if I floss anymore, I'll need a new set of teeth. My dad always gets excited when I tell him I'm doing a show, but I don't think he realizes it's comedy and not a spelling bee. My mum thinks I should settle down and start a family. I told her I already have a family. It's called Netflix. My sister asked me to be her maid of honor. I said sure, as long as my speech can be a roast. I never understand why people say marriage is like a prison. In prison, you get free food and a guaranteed bed. I recently tried online dating, but no matter what I put in my profile, I always ended up with a cat lady. I think college is the real prison. You're trapped with deadlines, assignments, and massive debt. No wonder they call it higher education. I once tried to be a doctor, but then I remembered how much I hate blood. I mean, have you seen what they put in hot dogs? No. Thank you. I always knew I wanted to be a comedian. I mean, making people laugh is way better than making spreadsheets. Am I right? I thought about being a chef once, but then I realized how much I hate doing dishes. I mean, Have you seen how many bowls they use on those cooking shows? Speaking of cooking, have you ever tried to make toast in the shower? I do it every morning and, turns out, my house has never been robbed. My dad used to tell me, son, always follow your dreams. Then he would point to the couch and say, my dream is right there. My grandmother told me, always be yourself. Unless you can be a unicorn, then be a unicorn. My mum told me she wanted me to marry a doctor, so now I'm looking for a sick lawyer. My cousin told me he's a unicorn. I asked him if he always believed in himself and he said, no, it just happened overnight. I dated a psychologist once. It didn't work out because every time we had an argument, she would psychoanalyze me. My ex-girlfriend was a magician. She made our relationship disappear. I once dated a chef. It was great until he started sprinkling salt on my emotional wounds. I tried online dating once. Turns out, my perfect match was dial-up. I recently purchased a cookbook for cannibals. Turns out, it's just a cookbook. Welcome to the numbers game. I used to be an accountant, but now I'm here to make you laugh. When I was an accountant, we used to have a calculator that only had 9 digits. It was called the 99% accurate calculator because that last digit was just a suggestion. Accountants do it with spreadsheets, but I rather do stand-up comedy. Spreadsheets are too below the belt. My boss used to tell me to crunch the numbers. I thought he meant eat more potato chips. Speaking of spreadsheets, I tried to calculate how much money I've made from comedy, but my Excel crashed. I guess laughter is priceless. My calculator ran out of batteries. Now I'm using my fingers to add numbers. It's like I'm back in elementary school. It's funny how I left accounting to make people laugh, but at least now I can count on laughter to pay the bills. I once tried to do my taxes with a Sharpie and a napkin. Let's just say the IRS was not impressed. I may have left accounting, but it hasn't left me. Every time I see a balance sheet, I still get a rush. Speaking of taxes, I realized something. The only time someone says it's not about the money is when they have a lot of it. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? You know what they say, money talks, but all mine ever says is goodbye. I tried to organize a hide and seek game in a bank, but it turned out to be a safe bet. Money might not bring happiness, but poverty definitely brings sadness. Just ask my bank account. I have a love-hate relationship with numbers. I love them when I have them, and hate them when I don't. As an accountant turned comedian, I have to say, if you're feeling down, just check your bank account. It might not make you happy, but it sure beats being broke. Numbers are like a roller coaster. They can take you up or down. So buckle up and enjoy the ride. Math is like a puzzle, but with real-life consequences. One wrong number can mess up everything. People say numbers don't lie, but they can definitely deceive, just like my ex-wife. Numbers can be tricky, just like my teenage son's algebra homework. You know what they say, numbers never sleep, just like my insomnia. Trying to balance my checkbook is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. It's impossible. Numbers are like a language. And let's be honest, I'm still trying to master English. Money can't buy happiness, but it's a lot more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes than on a bicycle. I used to work with numbers all day. Now I work with hecklers. At least the numbers never talk back. Being an accountant was boring, but at least the numbers never judged me for eating an entire pizza. Now I'm dealing with hecklers who think they can do math better than me. Newsflash, they can't even count their own drinks. I used to love playing with numbers, until I realized they were playing me. I once tried to buy a calculator, but it wouldn't tell me what 7 times 13 is. Turns out, it's a case of 21st century technology outsmarted by ancient times. You know what they say, numbers don't lie, but I do. I lie all the time to make myself feel better about my math skills. Math is tough. I remember when I was in school, I nearly failed math every year. My mum used to say, "Why can't you be more like your cousin? He is a mathematician." I said, "Mum, why can't he be more like me and tell jokes?" But you know what's even tougher than math? Dealing with an accountant. They always want to know where every penny is going. Some people say math is useless in real life, but I disagree. It comes in handy when you're counting your laughs per minute. I once tried to teach my accountant a joke about math. He didn't get it. He said the numbers didn't add up. I hate doing my taxes. It's like solving a Rubik's Cube, but with numbers. I used to count sheep to fall asleep. Now, I just calculate how much I owe in taxes. I hate paying taxes, but at least I'm not in debt. Oh wait, I am. I hate tax season more than Valentine's Day. At least I get a discount on chocolate then. I started doing my own taxes, but then I realized I'm better at making people laugh than numbers. Speaking of numbers, did you know only 8% of people actually keep their New Year's resolutions? But don't worry, I'm not one of them. Mathematics may be complicated, but at least it's logical, unlike the stock market, am I right? Did you know that 2 plus 2 equals 5 for extremely large values of 2? I may not be a mathematician, but I do know the best addition formula, adding pizza to your life. Speaking of 2 plus 2, did you know that the square root of -1 is also sometimes referred to as 2i plus 2i? Don't ask me how that works. I'm just an accountant. Speaking of numbers, did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. Speaking of numbers, I thought about changing my name to Pi, but it would be irrational. You know what they say about math teachers, they add to the equation. Speaking of irrational, have you ever met a person who hates math? That's irrational. Mathematics is like love, it's a simple idea but complicated in practice. Speaking of complicated, have you ever tried dividing by 0? That's a problem only math can create. What's up, New York City? Are you all ready to laugh? What's great about being an IT technician? Solving a problem and then trying to explain how you fixed it to the person who caused the problem. Sometimes I feel like a therapist rather than an IT technician. And don't even get me started on the have you tried turning it off and on again line. Like, yeah, Karen, that's the first thing I did. Some days I feel like a magician, waving my wand and hoping the computer will magically start working again. It's like my computer knows exactly when I have an important deadline and decides to take a vacation without notice. And don't even get me started on the infamous blue screen of death. My computer is so slow, it's like watching paint dry. We all know Microsoft's motto, right? If at first you don't succeed, CTRL. Have you ever noticed that the loading bar is full for 5 minutes but then the computer decides to update? Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because the 31st of October equals the 25th of December. Why do we still call it a mouse when we don't have to deal with their poop anymore? Have you ever noticed how we spend more time giving our computers names than we do our own children? Why is it that we trust our phones with our lives, but can't even find the delete button for the 50th picture of our ex? Why do we call it a mouse when it has nothing to do with cheese? Have you noticed how we always ask how are you but never really want to know the answer? Why do we say sleep like a baby when babies wake up every 2 hours? Did you ever notice that we spend all day looking at screens, just to fall asleep watching a black one? Why do we try to fall asleep so we can wake up and look at screens again? It's a vicious cycle. I mean, have you ever considered that maybe the screens are the ones looking at us while we sleep? We spend more time with screens than with people. That's why Netflix and chill is the new dating norm. You know what they say, screens are the mirrors to our souls. That's why I always make sure to clear my browsing history before I die. I remember when we used to actually talk to people in person. Now we just stare at screens all day. It's crazy how we used to have to use our imaginations to entertain ourselves. Now we just have endless content at our fingertips. Nowadays, we swipe right for love instead of saying hello. We used to have to remember phone numbers. Now we can't even remember our own passwords. We have virtual assistants to remind us of everything, except where we left our keys. Now we rely so much on technology, we don't even know how to fold a map anymore. I mean, have you ever tried calling a customer service hotline? It's like playing a game of Where's Waldo, except instead of Waldo, you're trying to find someone who actually knows what they're doing. Technology has made us all lazy. I mean, who needs to remember phone numbers when you have speed dial? Technology is great until it isn't. Like trying to delete one photo from your cloud and it deletes them all. Goodbye memories. It's amazing how technology has changed our lives. I mean, now we can order food without ever having to interact with a human being. Social skills. Have you ever noticed how technology has made us lazier? I mean, now we have self-driving cars. Why not walk? Nowadays, we use fitness trackers to count our steps so we don't have to as a generation. And don't even get me started on food delivery apps. I mean, we can't even be bothered to cook anymore. So wholesome. We used to call them love handles. Now we call them snacks. Snack generation. Speaking of food, have you noticed how every restaurant now has a gluten-free option? I'm starting to think gluten is the new devil. Food trends. Speaking of snacks, have you noticed how every office now has a healthier snack option? I'm starting to think green smoothies are the new kale health trends. And don't even get me started on the organic craze. Apparently, if it's not grown in soil that's blessed by a hippie, it's not worth eating. Food trends. I heard that eating pizza with a lot of veggies on it is considered a balanced diet. Health trends. I read a study that said the air inside our homes is more polluted than the air outside. So now I'm just standing outside my apartment with a fork, pretending it's a salad. Health trends. Did you know that eating raw cookie dough is a big no-no according to health experts? Well, I guess it's back to eating kale for breakfast. Health trends. It's funny how health trends change so quickly. Remember when kale was the only thing people talked about? Now it's all about cauliflower rice. Health trends. I tried to eat healthier and bought some kale chips. They were so bad, even my dog wouldn't eat them. Health trends. I heard McDonald's now has a healthy line of salads. I mean, if the lettuce is the only thing not fried, is it really healthy? Health trends. I can't keep up with all these health trends. 1 minute kale is the king of greens. Next thing you know it's cauliflower's turn. Health trends. I tried to go vegan, but then I realized that Oreos aren't vegan anymore. I mean, what's the point? Health trends. I mean, who needs kale or cauliflower when you can have chocolate cake? Health trends. Have you heard of the new avocado trend? Apparently, if you put it on toast, you're suddenly healthier. Health trends. Hello everyone. I used to be an accountant. As an accountant, I was always good with numbers, but as a comedian, I'm not great with counting how many drinks I've had. Being an accountant, I always had to be good with math, which is why when I started doing comedy, I counted my laughs instead of my drinks. I may not be great at counting drinks, but I do know how to calculate the cost of therapy after a night of drinking. Drinking alcohol is like doing math. You start with addition, but soon you're doing subtraction, multiplication, and division all at once. Hangover is a form of natural selection. It weeds out the weak and keeps the strong going. Being drunk is like being a superhero. Every drunk night has a legendary story. Drinking alcohol is like borrowing happiness from tomorrow. And let's be real, we're not good at returning borrowed stuff. I once woke up from a night of heavy drinking and found myself trying to make a sandwich out of a pina cone. Needless to say, I was pining for a sober night. Alcohol is the only thing that makes me feel like I know what I'm doing when I have no idea what I'm doing. Drinking makes me do weird things. Like the other day, I woke up with a traffic cone in my room. I don't even drive. They say alcohol is a truth serum. That's a lie. It just makes us more comfortable with lying. I don't get hangovers. I just feel like I'm dying. Hangover? That's just the alcohol's way of reminding me how much I enjoyed last night. I may not remember what I did last night, but I can guarantee it was amazing. I don't always have hangovers, but when I do, it means I had a great time. Hangovers are just proof that you made memories that were worth forgetting. Drinking culture is so weird. We pay a lot of money to get drunk, suffer the next day, and we still call it a good time. Why do we call it a happy hour when we end up feeling sad afterwards? Don't even get me started on hangovers. Who came up with this concept of punishment for having fun? Hangovers are like a surprise exam that you didn't study for. You knew it was coming, but you still went out the night before. Why is it that the best food for a hangover is always the unhealthiest? Sometimes I wish hangovers came with a warning label like, "This decision will cause headache and regret." Why is it that the worst decisions seem like the best ideas when you're drunk? Drinking doesn't solve problems, but then again, neither does water. I don't drink anymore. I don't necessarily remember why I stopped, but I'm sure there was a good reason. They say laughter is the best medicine, but they clearly haven't tried vodka. I love drinking coffee because it gives me that instant personality I need in the morning. Sometimes I wonder if I should switch to decaf, but then I remember I'm not a quitter. I love the smell of coffee in the morning. It smells like productivity. My doctor told me I should cut back on caffeine, but I told him I needed to keep up with my cat's energy. I don't always drink coffee, but when I do, I prefer to have lots of it. I once tried to quit caffeine, but the headaches were unbearable, so now I just embrace my addiction. I once tried to switch to decaf, but I realized life is too short for that nonsense. I once tried to switch to herbal tea, but I quickly realized I'm not a 90-year-old woman. I tried eating healthy once, but then I realized pizza exists. I tried doing yoga once, but then I realized I'm just not flexible enough for that kind of commitment. I thought about going on a diet, but then I remembered I don't like vegetables. My doctor told me to start exercising, so now I just stand up from my couch every hour. I tried to order a salad at a fast food restaurant once, but they told me they were all out of buns. Thanks for laughing with me tonight, folks. I tried to sign up for a marathon, but they told me it was full. Apparently, people actually run for more than just coffee. I might not be a marathon runner, but I'm great at sprinting to the nearest coffee shop. I always get a coffee before running, just so I have something to spill on myself and look like I actually broke a sweat. My love for coffee is stronger than my fear of sleepless nights. I had a dream last night that I was a grand latte. Sadly, I woke up as a regular guy with a caffeine addiction. I don't always drink coffee, but when I do, I prefer it to be strong enough to wake the dead. I like my coffee like I like my humor, dark and bitter. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I prefer coffee. At least it doesn't ask me what my problem is. Coffee and jokes are the two things that keep me going.
What's up, New York City? I used to work at a bar here, and let me tell you, I've seen things that can't be unseen. And don't even get me started on the rats. New York City is the only city where you see a rat dragging a slice of pizza twice its size down the subway stairs. I mean, sometimes I wonder if the rats are actually the ones running this city. I mean, you know it's bad when the rats are requesting their own subway lines. I heard the rats are forming their own political party now. I guess we'll have to start taking the rats seriously now. Maybe they'll be running for office soon. I heard they are even making rat-sized suits for their campaigning. Have you seen the size of their campaign signs? It's like Ratatouille is running for mayor. I mean, have you ever seen a rat on a Segway? It's like they are trying to rebrand themselves as cute and cuddly. And don't even get me started on the pigeon-sized hot dog carts they've been setting up. I mean, have you ever noticed how the taxi cabs here smell like they've been used as porta potties? You know what else I noticed? The rats here are so big, they could probably carry off a small child. Have you noticed how the pigeons here are so aggressive they'll steal your lunch right out of your hand? I swear, these animals are like New Yorkers themselves. Those squirrels in Central Park, they are just rats with a PR team. The pigeons aren't much better either. They are like the businessmen of Central Park, always strutting around like they own the place. Have you seen those raccoons in Central Park? They are like tiny bears with hands, but they are still trash pandas. And don't even get me started on the squirrels. They are like tiny acorn hoarding ninjas. Speaking of animals, have you ever seen those pigeons in Times Square? They are like tiny winged rats. Speaking of tiny animals, have you ever seen those cockroaches in the subway? They are like little ground-dwelling demons. And don't even get me started on the rats in the subway tunnels. Have you ever noticed how the pigeons in NYC walk with more confidence than most of us here? Have you noticed the squirrels in Central Park? They act like they own the place. And don't even get me started on the rats. Seriously, those rats are like the size of small dogs. And those pigeons, they are like the mafia of the New York City. The other day I saw a cockroach with a Metro card. He was ready to take the subway. Don't mess with the squirrels in Central Park. They are the real rulers of this city. I heard they are planning to replace the rats in the subway with squirrels. At least the squirrels know how to avoid the third rail. Squirrels can hold their own in this city. They know how to outsmart the pigeons. Have you seen the squirrels in Central Park? They are like tiny Parker experts. You know who else is good at Parker? Subway rats. They can climb up walls, squeeze through tiny spaces, and even ride the trains. Speaking of tiny experts, have you ever seen the pigeons in this city? They can navigate through the streets better than most drivers. I swear, sometimes I think the rats have it better in this city than the people do. It's a tough city to live in, but hey, at least the cockroaches have a great view. I mean, have you seen the pigeons in this city? They have more attitude than the Kardashians. I saw a rat carrying a slice of pizza on the subway. Talk about living the New York dream. The only time I've ever seen a roach run slower than a New Yorker is when you turn on the lights. They freeze like they are posing for a mugshot. Who needs a gym membership when you can just walk up and down the subway stairs all day? You know you're a true New Yorker when you consider a rat sighting as just another Tuesday morning. Thank you, New York City. Keep laughing and never let the rats bring you down. As a former bartender, I've learned that there are two kinds of people in this city, those who can handle their alcohol and those who end up puking on the subway tracks. I once saw a guy on the subway eating a whole pizza by himself, and I thought, that's impressive, not the eating part, but the fact that he found a subway car with enough space to do that. New York subways are like a box of chocolates. You never know what kind of crazy you're gonna get. I once saw a performer on the subway singing and playing guitar, and I thought, that's impressive, not the talent part, but the fact that he didn't get kicked out by the MTA. Have you ever noticed the subway ads for therapists? I mean, if you're already on the subway, you probably need one. I feel like every time I ride the subway, I'm auditioning for a live-action adaptation of the Hunger Games. You know what they say, New York City is the city that never sleeps, but everyone on the subway begs to differ. I saw a rat on the subway yesterday, and it was carrying a slice of pizza. Now that's the New York I know and love. You know what's the most common animal in New York City? The rats. They are like New Yorkers, always scurrying around and never leaving. Are you ready to laugh through taxes? Have you ever noticed how the tax forms get longer every year? Anyone else feel like they need a degree in tax law just to fill out a simple form? Why do they make tax forms so confusing? They should just ask for money and be done with it. Who else thinks tax software should come with a complimentary bottle of wine? Why do we call it income tax when it's clearly an outcome of capitalism? I mean, taxes are supposed to fund the government, but it seems like they are funding my therapist's yacht instead. It's like Benjamin Franklin said, in this world, nothing can be said to be certain, except death, taxes, and my ex forgetting my birthday. My accountant said I need to start making more charitable donations. Don't they know I'm already donating my entire paycheck to taxes? I tried doing my taxes while drinking last night. I woke up this morning with a headache and a new dependent named Champagne. I don't understand why taxes are so complicated. It's not like we get to choose where our money goes. I mean, who decided to spend millions on a giant rubber duck statue? It's like taxes are the party pooper of life. You think you're having a good time and then bam, here comes the tax man. Why can't taxes be more like a birthday present, something to look forward to instead of dread each year? And then you get audited and it's like the birthday present never even happened. But hey, we can always count on death and taxes, right? Well, at least we can write off our therapy bills as a business expense, am I right? Speaking of taxes, did you know that there's a dating website called e-File Harmony? It matches you with someone who has the same filing status as you. I mean, who needs happiness when you can have a good tax return, am I right? You know what's worse than doing your taxes? Not doing them and going to prison. Taxpayer humor. Thankfully, taxes are like a box of chocolates, you know exactly what you're going to get. Tax jokes. I hate taxes so much, I even tried to deduct my therapist bill's tax problems. You know, I once tried to do my own taxes. Let's just say, the government was very confused tax mistakes. I heard the IRS is creating a new form for people who are bad at math. It's called the I can't add 1099 tax humor. I always forget the difference between a tax credit and a tax deduction. It's like going to the gym versus actually losing weight tax humor. You know what's worse than taxes? Trying to do your taxes when you have roommates. It's like the Hunger Games of deductions tax humor. You know what's worse than trying to do your taxes? Trying to teach your parents how to do theirs tax humor. Ever notice how the IRS is like a bad ex? They come around every year, take your money, and if you mess up, they'll haunt you for years tax humor. Speaking of taxes, has anyone else ever filed their taxes as single, just so they can feel like someone out there thinks they are independent tax humor? Do you know what the real tax joke is? Our elected officials tax humor. I don't always understand taxes, but I do understand that the word refund is just a fancy way of saying sorry for the inconvenience, tax humor. I heard the IRS is hiring more auditors. Finally, someone who understands taxes better than our elected officials tax humor. Why does it take so long to prepare my taxes? Because it feels like a lifetime of regret tax humor. I don't always understand taxes, but when I do, I still don't understand taxes tax humor. Sometimes I feel like my taxes are a mystery even Sherlock Holmes couldn't solve tax humor. I don't need to do my taxes to have a headache. Just reading about them gives me one tax humor. My tax return is like a bad breakup, it haunts me for years tax humor. I don't know what's more confusing, the tax code or a foreign language tax humor. Why do they call it a tax return if I never feel like I'm getting anything back tax humor? I think I understand the tax code about as well as a cat understands quantum mechanics tax humor. As a former accountant, I can safely say that the tax code is just a cruel joke on all of us tax humor. Thanks for coming to Laughing Through Taxes. Remember to always keep your receipts, folks. Good night. I'm convinced the tax code was written in hieroglyphics by Cleopatra's accountant tax humor. It's like the tax code is a game of Jenga, but instead of blocks, we're removing deductions tax humor. I tried reading the tax code to help me fall asleep, but it gave me nightmares instead tax humor. The tax code is so confusing, even accountants need accountants tax humor. I don't always understand the tax code, but when I do, I still have questions tax humor. They say the only thing certain in life are death and taxes, and unfortunately, taxes seem to outlive the dead tax humor. Did you hear about the accountant who became an artist? He wanted to paint their balance sheets tax humor. Why do accountants make great lovers? Because they know all the positions for maximum deductions tax humor. Why did the tax accountant cross the road? To avoid the audit on the other side tax humor. Hey everyone, what's the deal with airline food? Have you ever noticed how when you're on a plane, everyone suddenly becomes a mathematician calculating the best way to fit their luggage in the overhead compartment? Why do they call it a carry-on when half the time you have to drag it? Why is it that every time we go on a trip, we think we're going to need 5 pairs of shoes? Who are we, Imelda Marcos? Why is it that we always pack for a trip like we're going to climb Mount Everest? I mean, the hotel has towels, people. What about the snacks? Do we actually think we're going on a deserted island with no food? Why do we always feel the need to bring our entire wardrobe on vacation? It's not like we're going to a fashion show. Why do we spend so much money on souvenirs? Do we actually want to remember the crowded tourist shops and cheesy trinkets? Why do hotels put shampoo and conditioner in the same bottle? Does anyone actually use both? Have you noticed how hotel towels never really dry you off? It's like they are made out of mist. Really expensive mist. Why do they call it a drive-through when you have to stop and wait in line? Why is it that when you're on hold, the voice keeps saying, "Your call is very important to us," but they never seem to actually answer the damn phone? Why do they call it customer service when they never seem to actually serve the customer? Why do they put open 24 hours on their sign when the doors are clearly locked? I'm not a ninja, I can't just sneak in. Why do they call it fast food when I have to wait in line for 20 minutes to get it? Why do they call it fast food if it never comes out fast? Why do they call it drive-through if there's nowhere to drive after waiting for 20 minutes? Why call it customer service when they are never there to serve the customer? Why are there 10 checkout lines when only 2 are ever open? Why do we still have to sign for credit card purchases in 2021? Why do we still have to fill out forms in person when we can do everything online now? Why do we still have to use fax machines? It's like we're living in the Stone Age. Why do we still have to wait in line for hours at the DMV? It's like they are not even trying to make our lives easier. Why does every website ask for my birthday? It's like they need to know when to spam me. Why are airplane seats so uncomfortable? It's like they want us to suffer during the flight. Why can't we just order a pizza without giving them our life story? It's like they want to know every detail of our existence. Why do we have to take off our shoes at airport security? What are we gonna do? Throw them at the terrorists? Why do we need a loyalty card to buy groceries? It's like they want to track every bite we take. I hate it when websites ask me if I'm a robot. Like, come on, even robots would get annoyed by that. I swear, sometimes I feel like the grocery store is my cardio for the day. Why do people say I slept like a baby as if that's a good thing? Babies wake up every 2 hours screaming and crying. I hate when it's daylight savings time because it's like the whole world is jet-lagged. Have you noticed that the snooze button on alarm clocks is like a tiny win? It feels like you're getting something, even if it's just 9 minutes of irritating noise. It's funny how we use the same 2 hands for every task, but one is considered the good hand. Have you ever tried brushing your teeth with your non-dominant hand? It's like you're a toddler again. Have you ever tried peeling a potato with your non-dominant hand? It's like trying to perform surgery with a butter knife. Have you ever tried using your non-dominant foot to kick a ball? It's like watching a baby giraffe learning how to walk. Have you ever tried writing with your non-dominant hand? It's like trying to text while wearing mittens. Have you ever tried playing guitar with your non-dominant hand? It's like trying to play Twister with your fingers. Have you ever tried brushing your teeth with your non-dominant hand? It's like trying to paint a masterpiece with your toes. It's interesting how the universe is unevenly distributed as well. Like, why do some people have all the luck? Trying to tie your shoes with your non-dominant hand is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Ever notice how much easier it is to brush your teeth with your dominant hand? Isn't it funny how we rely so heavily on our dominant hand for everything? It's also interesting how we tend to have a dominant foot and eye too, but we never really talk about them. You know what's also interesting? How we have a dominant nostril. But have you ever thought about which ear you prefer to use when you listen to music? Doesn't it make you wonder why we always have a weaker side of our body? Do you ever notice how we always have a dominant hand and foot? Have you noticed how our taste buds are also unevenly distributed?
Hey everyone, how's it going? Any Game of Thrones fans in the house tonight? Winter is coming, but my accountant instincts tell me to always save up for the summer. Speaking of Game of Thrones, has anyone named their child Khaleesi yet? Because I heard she's a pretty good babysitter. You know what's funny? Trying to explain to my accountant colleagues that I left the profession to become a comedian. Khaleesi would have made a great accountant. She's always keeping track of how many dragons she has. Speaking of dragons, has anyone else tried to do their taxes after a fire-breathing weekend? It's not pretty. I bet dragons are great at math, always calculating the angle of their fire breath. I heard that dragons have their own accounting system based on how much gold they've hoarded. Dragons must have their own 401k plan that consists of hoarded princesses as their retirement fund. You know what's worse than owing taxes? Owing taxes to a dragon. I mean, do we really know what dragons do with all those princesses? Maybe they're just really into cake decorating. Maybe dragons are just misunderstood. Maybe they're just trying to help with pest control by eating all the rats in castles. I bet unicorns poop rainbows. That's why they are always so happy. I wonder if mermaids have beauty salons underwater. Do you think centaurs shave their body hair or just let it grow wild? Are there dragon flights available for commuting or do they just hoard gold all day? I wonder if unicorns use their horns for more than just impaling people. Like maybe they use it as a back scratcher or to poke their enemies' tires. Do you think Bigfoot gets tired of constantly being on the lookout for cameras? Maybe Bigfoot owns a hide-and-seek championship title that we don't know about. Maybe Bigfoot is actually a professional hide-and-seek player and we are just his warm-up matches. What's next? Bigfoot opening a hide-and-seek academy? Maybe we should start taking hide-and-seek more seriously. I mean, what if the stakes are higher than we think? Who knew hide-and-seek could be so competitive? I hear the underground leagues get pretty intense. What other childhood games have we been underestimating? I bet there's a whole world of professional Red Rover out there. Who else thinks dodgeball should be an Olympic sport? I mean, it's already got the drama and the tears. Let's add some medals. Have you ever noticed how Monopoly is the only board game we actually finish? You never hear someone say, "Oh sorry, can't finish tonight. I have to go to bed early for our ongoing Risk game." And what's up with Connect 4? It's like, wow, I just spent 10 minutes setting this thing up just to lose in 30 seconds. Speaking of board games, has anyone played Battleship lately? That game is like a maritime version of the Bluff family. It takes forever to sink a ship. Have you guys ever played Jenga? It's like trying to keep your life together, but one wrong move and everything comes crashing down. I recently tried to organize a board game night, but it was a real operation. After setting up the game, we realized we were missing half the pieces. I once tried to make a cake from scratch, but it was a disaster. The recipe called for a pinch of salt, but I accidentally added a cup. My girlfriend recently asked me to make her a romantic dinner, so I made her a PB&J on a paper plate. That's as good as it gets with my cooking skills. Cooking is not my forte. Last time I attempted to grill a steak, it ended up being the charcoal's last meal. I once tried to make a cake from scratch. Let's just say it was a disaster. My kitchen looks like a crime scene every time I attempt to cook. Cooking is not my forte. Last time I tried to grill a steak, my neighbor's dog ran away. My cooking is so bad, the smoke detector cheers me on. I once tried to make a cake from scratch. Let's just say I ended up with a very expensive brick. My baking is so bad, I once burnt water. I mean, have you guys seen the price of steak lately? Tofu could be the way to go. I'm not a great cook, but I'm an excellent taster. My pot roast is so dry, I use it as a doorstop. My wife's cooking is so bad, our dog begs for table scraps. I went to a restaurant and asked for a well-done steak. The chef said, "It's like you're asking for me to ruin a perfectly good piece of meat." My doctor told me to cut down on red meat. I told him, I already do. I only eat my wife's cooking. I don't always eat meat, but when I do, it's rare. I tried going vegetarian, but it was a mistake. You know you've made it in life when you can afford to buy prime cuts of meat without looking at the price tag. I love a good steak like the next guy, but have you guys ever tried tofu? How's everybody doing tonight? So I heard there's a new software update coming out. Who's excited? You know what's worse than Internet Explorer? Nothing. You know what's worse than a buggy software? Being the one who has to fix it. You know what's worse than a slow internet? A glitchy mouse. You know what's worse than a glitchy mouse? A printer that never works. You know what's worse than a printer that never works? A fax machine. You know what's worse than a fax machine? Email inbox with 10,000 unread emails. You know what's worse than a fax machine and an email inbox with 10,000 unread emails? A meeting room booked for the whole day. You know what's worse than a meeting room booked for the whole day? A conference call with no agenda. You know what's worse than a conference call with no agenda? A video call with your camera on and realizing you're not wearing pants. Have you ever been on a call where everyone is on mute and no one wants to speak first? It's like the Hunger Games, but with awkward silence. Why is it that in every meeting, there's always that one person who never mutes themselves and forgets that they're on speakerphone? Is it just me, or does everyone always look awkward when they accidentally unmute themselves? Have you noticed how virtual meetings are like a bad game of Simon Says? I think we can all agree that the real winner of virtual meetings is the mute button. Virtual meetings are like that one friend who never leaves your side. You love them, but you also can't wait to get rid of them. Virtual meetings make me feel like I'm in the Truman Show, but without the show part. Sometimes I feel like virtual meetings are a science experiment gone wrong. Virtual meetings are like an escape room, except the puzzles are how to unmute and turn on your camera. My boss told me to have a webcam on during the meeting, but I don't think he wanted to see what was behind me. It's amazing how quickly we adapted to virtual meetings, almost as if we were born to sit in front of a screen for 8 hours a day. But seriously, I think my computer is starting to develop a personality. It keeps giving me attitude every time I ask it to do something. I miss the days when we used to communicate in person. Now I have to deal with my computer's sass every day. I feel like my computer is becoming my therapist, except I'm not the one getting paid. It's like my computer knows all my secrets, but I still have to pay for a therapist. And don't even get me started on my phone Siri. I think she's judging my life choices. I recently upgraded my computer to Windows 10. It's like it upgraded my problems too. It's like every time I try to use technology, it's just one big disappointment. Technology is like a toddler, it's constantly throwing tantrums and making me want to pull my hair out. I mean, have you ever tried getting a printer to work? I swear, sometimes I think my laptop is possessed. Computers are like kids. You gotta give them constant attention or they'll start acting up. Sometimes I feel like my computer is testing my patience more than my own kids. But hey, at least my computer doesn't ask for a raise. My computer is so slow, it still thinks Internet Explorer is the best browser out there. My computer is so old, it still has a floppy disk drive. My computer is so outdated, I still use CDs to listen to music. It's been so long since I upgraded my computer that I still have Internet Explorer as my default browser. It's like my computer is a time capsule from the 90s. Why did the software engineer quit? He didn't get a raise. It's not that my computer is slow, it's just taking its time to appreciate my jokes. I once tried to email my coffee to myself, but it got stuck in the filter. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the user break up with his laptop? It was too high maintenance. Why did the programmer get stuck in the shower? He didn't know how to condition properly. Why did the computer go to the doctor? It had a virus. Why did the software engineer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the software developer break up with his girlfriend? He didn't want an API in his life. Why did the software programmer go broke? He used up all his cash. Hey everyone, who's ready to laugh IT off tonight? Tonight, I'd like to talk about the struggles of debugging. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Debugging can be frustrating. but it's also rewarding when you finally find that bug. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, but instead of colors, you have lines of code. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie, where you are also the murderer. Programming can be tough, but it's nothing compared to debugging. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the needle is also made of hay. Debugging is like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces, and also you're blindfolded. Debugging is like navigating through a maze blindfolded, while also being chased by a pack of angry bees. The worst thing about programming is naming things. It's like trying to name a newborn, except the newborn will eventually stop screaming. I once tried to teach my computer to tell jokes. It was Adele. Programming is a strange obsession. It's like we're inventing a new language only we understand. You know, sometimes I feel like coding is the closest thing to magic us mortals can get. Have you ever tried explaining programming to your grandparents? It's like teaching them a whole new world. It's like trying to explain social media to my grandparents. They still think I'm sending physical letters through the computer. My boss asked me to explain coding to him. It's like asking a fish to explain how to breathe underwater. Trying to explain technology to my parents. It's like trying to teach a cat how to bark. Explaining technology to my grandparents is like trying to teach a snail how to run a marathon. Trying to teach my grandma how to use Facebook is like trying to teach a fish how to ride a bicycle. I tried to explain to my grandpa what a USB drive is. He thought it was a new type of sandwich. My mum calls me for tech support. The conversation always starts with "now don't get frustrated." I once tried to show my grandma how to use a tablet. She thought it was some kind of medicine. My dad thinks social media is a type of disease. Every time he hears Twitter he asks if I need a tissue. It's a good thing my grandpa isn't alive today. He would have thought Instagram is a unit of measurement. My mum doesn't understand why I need a smartphone. She thinks you can only make calls with it. My dad accidentally added me on Snapchat. Now I know what his face looks like with every filter. My grandparents still use AOL. I think they're the only ones keeping it in business. My mum still texts using T9. I have no idea how she sends coherent messages with just 9 buttons. My dad still uses a flip phone. I think he's afraid of the touch screen. My grandma still uses a rotary phone. The only way to call her is to use Morse code. My mum still has a beeper. I think she's secretly a drug dealer. My uncle still uses a typewriter. He says it helps him connect with his inner Hemingway. My dad thinks Wi-Fi is short for Wi-Fi. He keeps asking my mum to turn on the Wi-Fi. My grandma just got her first iPhone. She keeps calling Siri Sydney. My mom's password is incorrect. Whenever she forgets it, the computer reminds her your password is incorrect. My grandpa uses his iPad as a cutting board. He doesn't know how to slice an avocado, but he sure knows how to swipe right. My dad thought the cloud was a physical storage unit. He was so proud of himself for finally being able to lift and carry his files. My mom's password is just the word password. I keep telling her, "Mum, you might as well just put a welcome mat out for the hackers." My grandma thinks RAM is a male sheep because that's what she heard me say on the phone once. My dad thinks Bluetooth is a type of dental floss. My mum asked me to explain what a hashtag was. I told her it's like the number sign on the phone, but for the internet. My grandma thought gigabyte was a type of insect until I told her it's how much storage space your computer has. I'm sorry if I hurt any programmers' feelings with my jokes. I hope you can debug your feelings soon. It's funny how we use the latest technology to go back to the roots of communication. I wonder if we'll start sending smoke signals with drones next. I mean, have you ever tried explaining a rotary phone to a kid? It's like trying to explain a cassette tape. They just stare at you like you're from a different planet. I read an article that said we're becoming too reliant on technology. I don't know about you guys, but I can barely function without my smartphone. And don't even get me started on autocorrect. I've sent so many embarrassing texts. I'm starting to think my phone is out to get me. I mean, have you ever tried to function without Google Maps? It's like being lost in the Sahara Desert with no water. It's not pretty. I remember the good old days when our biggest problem was the clippy paperclip popping up uninvited. Have you ever noticed how we trust autocorrect more than our own brains? Like, sorry, brain, you're wrong. My phone says it's definitely not definitely. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do we call it code when it's really just a bunch of letters and numbers? Shouldn't we call it spell checking? What's up, New York City? Are you ready to have your funny bone tickled? I recently started a workout program that I like to call accounting for my calories. You know what they say, the only thing better than profits is laughter. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? I heard that the IRS is now accepting laughs as payment, but be warned, they only accept the best ones. You know what they say, money talks, but all mine ever says is goodbye. I wish my bank account was as active as my social life. My bank account is like a desert, only the sand keeps blowing away. I can't even afford to look at my bank account anymore. I tried to make a withdrawal from my bank account, and it laughed at me. I swear, the only thing growing in my bank account is dust. I think my bank just looks at me as a charity case at this point. Seems like the only investments I've made were in my therapist. I tried to diversify my portfolio with cryptocurrency, but now I just have a diversified list of regrets. Investments and therapy, my two biggest expenses, but at least my therapist helps me understand why I make bad investment decisions. I recently started trading options, but it's been a roller coaster of emotions. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at my portfolio. I've been trying to diversify my portfolio, so I invested in a company that makes land memes. Turns out, it was a volatile investment. I'm thinking about getting into cryptocurrency, but I'm afraid I'll end up with a bit loss. I heard that investing in a hot air balloon company was a good idea, but it never really took off. I tried to invest in a time traveling company, but I guess I'm not the right person for it. I'm always running out of time. I thought about investing in a restaurant, but I didn't have the guts for it, so I settled for counting beans instead. They say time is money, but I'm still figuring out how to balance my checkbook. Accountants are the real superheroes. They save the world from financial chaos. I mean, who needs Batman when you've got an accountant to balance the books? I heard an accountant once say he likes to balance his books with a cold beer in his hand. Now that's impressive. You know what they say about accountants. They're always down to crunch the numbers. Speaking of accountants, did you know that a tax return is like a math puzzle? Too bad the only prize is not going to jail. You know what's even worse than doing taxes? Doing them for someone else. I once tried to deduct my cat as a dependent on my taxes, but the IRS didn't find it very personal. You know the saying time is money? Well, let me tell you, doing taxes is a black hole for both. I hate doing taxes so much, I would rather perform surgery on myself. You know what's worse than doing taxes? Doing taxes for your ex's new spouse. I mean, taxes are like a bad ex. No matter how much you try to forget about them, they always come back to haunt you. Speaking of taxes, have you ever gotten a refund so small you wanted to ask Uncle Sam for a redo? It's like no matter how many times you do your taxes, there's always a surprise waiting. And don't even get me started on self-employment taxes. It's like the IRS is punishing you for being your own boss. I mean, who actually enjoys doing taxes? It's like a root canal but with more paperwork. Taxes are like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole. You think you've got it covered, and then another form pops up out of nowhere. It's really like a game of cat and mouse. You try to hide from the taxes, but they always find you. Taxes. The only thing certain in life, besides death. But at least with death, you only have to do it once. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. And remember, if you're really good at math, you can make death work for you too. Speaking of taxes, I tried doing my own taxes once. Let's just say my accountant was not impressed. I mean, who actually likes doing taxes? Anyone? I mean, all these tax forms, schedules, and deductions. It's like they're trying to give us a headache. I mean, the only thing worse than taxes is, well, nothing. Literally nothing. Taxes are so complicated, even accountants need help. And have you seen the tax code? It's longer than the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I tried reading the tax code for fun, but it gave me a headache worse than doing taxes themselves. I prefer doing my taxes than reading the tax code. You know what they say, death and taxes are the only constants in life. I'm just glad I only have to deal with one of them. So, I used to be an accountant in New York City. And let me tell you, I've seen some creative accounting in my day. And some of those numbers were so bogus, they made Bernie Madoff look like a Boy Scout. I've seen some accountants get pretty creative, but at some point, you're just booking the books. But let's be honest, who needs creativity when you've got Excel? You know you're an accountant when you get excited about finding a penny on the street. As an accountant, I've come to realize that money doesn't bring happiness, but it's a lot more comfortable to cry in a Mercedes than on a bicycle. Money may not bring happiness, but it's sure better than not having any. Money doesn't guarantee happiness, but it sure makes the pursuit a lot more pleasant. Money is like a double-edged sword. It can bring you joy and it can bring you problems. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy you a jet ski. Have you ever seen someone frown on a jet ski? Money is the root of all evil, but it's also the root of all vacations to Hawaii. Money might not buy happiness, but it can buy you a beach house. And honestly, have you ever seen anyone sad in a beach house? Some people say money can't buy happiness, but have they tried buying a pile of puppies? Money can't buy love, but it can buy you a dog, and have you ever seen someone not loved by a dog? They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen someone frown while holding a bag of puppies? Money may not buy happiness, but it'll sure buy you a better class of memories to go with it. Have you ever seen a sad person on a jet ski? Didn't think so. They say money can't buy love, but have you ever tried taking your significant other on a private jet? You know what they say, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a yacht, and have you ever seen a sad person on a yacht? They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen a sad person on a private island? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a therapist, and that's close enough. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a yacht and a butler named Happiness. Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dating app subscription, which is pretty close. Money can't buy health, but it can buy a personal trainer and a nutritionist named Health. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy plane tickets. And have you ever seen anyone sad on a beach in Hawaii? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog, and have you ever seen anyone sad with a dog by their side? Money can't buy friends, but it can buy drinks for everyone at the bar. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a cruise, and have you ever seen anyone frown on a cruise? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy with a dog? Money can't buy health, but it can buy a gym membership, and have you ever seen anyone sad with a six-pack? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a plane ticket to a tropical island, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy on a beach? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a puppy, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy with a puppy? Money can't buy an peace, but it can buy a massage, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy after a massage? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a plane ticket, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy on a plane to Hawaii? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy with a wagging tail? Money can't buy a good night's sleep, but it can buy a comfortable bed, and have you ever seen anyone unhappy in a warm cozy bed? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy ice cream, and have you ever seen anyone sad while eating ice cream? Money can't buy love, but it can buy a 1-month gym membership. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy after a good workout? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a hammock. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy while laying in a hammock? There's a reason why they call it net worth instead of net happiness. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a surfboard. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy while riding the waves? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a plane ticket to visit your in-laws. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy while trying to keep the peace at a family gathering? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a massage chair. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy while getting a massage? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a therapist. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy after a good therapy session? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a personal chef. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy while eating their favorite food? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a gym membership. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy after a good workout? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a plane ticket. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy on a vacation? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a massage. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy after a massage? Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a pet. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy with a cuddly companion? Good evening, New York City. Are you ready to laugh? I always get lost in New York City. The other day, I asked a policeman for directions, and he said, "Go down 2 blocks and make a left at the coffee shop." I looked around and saw about 5 coffee shops. So I asked him, which coffee shop, and he replied, "It doesn't matter, they all serve crappy coffee." New York City is full of surprises. The other day, I saw a guy walking his dog in a stroller. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Have you ever noticed how New Yorkers can be both the friendliest and the rudest people at once? Like, they'll offer you their last slice of pizza, but then yell at you for taking too long in the subway turnstile. It's true what they say about New Yorkers. We're always in a hurry. I once saw a guy jogging and carrying a pizza at the same time. I thought, either this guy is in a rush or he really loves his pizza. Sometimes I think New Yorkers are like pizza, a little rough on the outside but with a heart of gold. Or, in the pizza's case, a heart of tomato sauce and mozzarella. You know you're a New Yorker when you're more afraid of getting stuck in a subway tunnel than getting mugged. When a New Yorker tells you they are going out of town, it means they are going to New Jersey. I hate when people say New York is too crowded. Like, hello, that's the whole point. And have you noticed how apartment listings in Manhattan always say cozy? Yeah, that's just real estate code for you can touch all 4 walls without moving your feet. And let's not forget about those subway performers. I mean, I never knew I needed a mariachi band on my morning commute. Have you ever noticed how people in New York never seem to sleep? I mean, it's like they're all running on caffeinated fumes and sheer determination. I think New York should replace the subway performers with a morning coffee station. You know what they say, New York is the city that never sleeps, until it tries to take a nap on the subway. Have you ever noticed that New Yorkers have a love-hate relationship with the subway? It's like they can't live with it, but they can't live without it either. Sometimes I wonder if the subway stations in New York City are just elaborate escape rooms. The worst part about the subway is getting on at rush hour and realizing this is now your home for the next hour. Ever notice how people on the subway try their hardest not to touch each other, but then someone sneezes and it's like a game of Twister? You know what's worse than rush hour on the subway? Rush hour on the elevator. Sometimes I feel like the subway stations are the real jungle of New York City. I saw two rats fighting over a pizza slice on the subway tracks the other day. I had to take a step back and watch the nature show. It's amazing how quickly the rats in the subway can switch from fighting over pizza to leading book clubs. The rats here are more cultured than some of the people I've met. I heard one discussing the works of Shakespeare the other day. I think the rats are getting smarter than humans here. Even the pigeons here have more attitude than most New Yorkers. I saw a rat yesterday with a briefcase and a suit. I think he's taking the finance jobs now. New York pigeons are like the city's VIPs. They just strut around like they own the place. New Yorkers think Times Square is the center of the universe. It's like they forget there's a whole world outside of it. Have you ever noticed how New Yorkers always seem to be rushing around? It's as if they are trying to escape from something. And have you noticed how New Yorkers can be so blunt at times? It's like they have no filter. And don't even get me started on the subway system. It's like a never-ending maze down there. New York City, the city that never sleeps. And neither will your paranoia after hearing the rats at night. Have you ever tried to hail a cab in the rain? Might as well just swim home. New Yorkers complain about the subway. Try being stuck in a taxi with a driver who won't stop talking. I always get lost in New York City, but at least I can always count on the rats to give me directions. New York City is the only place where people consider a $40 brunch a bargain. It's amazing how every New Yorker becomes a meteorologist during the winter. I mean, come on, when was the last time you got a full night's sleep in this city? And don't even get me started on the subway during rush hour. I swear, this city is like one big never-ending marathon. I mean, have you ever seen a pigeon walk? They strut around like they own the place. I don't know how New Yorkers have so much energy. I'm exhausted just walking down the block. It's like a constant battle to avoid eye contact with people on the street. If you think New Yorkers have a tough exterior, you should see how we cry in the shower. I always feel like I'm in a staring contest with the pigeons here. Even the cockroaches here have an attitude. The squirrels in Central Park run this city. Have you ever seen a pigeon's walk? It's like they have somewhere to be but don't know how to get there. Ever looked at a squirrel and thought, what's your secret to being so nimble? I saw a rat the other day, and it was carrying a slice of pizza with it. I mean, that's just impressive. What's up, New York City? New York City, the city that never sleeps, unless you're in a subway cart with no AC. New York City, where the pizza is foldable and the people aren't. New York City, where the rats are four-legged and the dogs have backpacks. New York City, where the taxis don't stop and the people won't either. New York City, where the hot dogs are more expensive than the museums. New York City, where the pizza is more famous than the politicians. New York City, where the bagels have more attitude than the taxis. Have you noticed how every time a tourist asks for directions, New Yorkers are like "I got you" and then proceed to give them the longest, most complicated route possible? Why do New Yorkers always act like they're in a rush? Like, where's the fire, buddy? You're just going to work, not trying to defuse a bomb. Why do New Yorkers always sound so angry? People from other places talk about how much they love their hometowns. Meanwhile, anyone from New York just says, "I'm from New York, alright." I think New Yorkers are just passionate. We don't have time for small talk. We cut right to the chase. Have you ever tried small talk in New York? It's like trying to communicate with aliens. We're just wired differently. New Yorkers also have the best facial expressions. We can say a whole paragraph with just a look. You know what I love about New York? The street hot dogs. I mean, nothing screams good quality meat like a cart on the side of the street. And let's not forget the pigeons. They are like the landlords of New York. They own everything. Speaking of street food, have you tried the Halo guys? They are like a New York institution. Have you noticed how the rats in New York are like tiny celebrities? They have so many followers on Instagram. New York is so expensive. I've been using my oven as a heater. Some say New York is the city that never sleeps, but honestly, it's more like the city that never stops spending. Am I right? And don't even get me started on rent prices. I had to move so far out of the city. My neighbors are cows. But hey, at least they acquired mostly. And why do they call it a drive-through when you have to stop? And let me tell you, the cows are not happy living next to me either. I mean, at least the cows get to graze all day while I'm stuck in traffic. Am I right? I heard someone say that bacon is the duct tape of the kitchen. I mean, I use duct tape for everything. Does that mean I should start cooking with bacon too? I don't know about you, but I always feel like a superhero when I successfully parallel park on the first try. Speaking of bacon, I tried to make a BLT sandwich the other day, but ended up with a TBL sandwich instead. That's when you know you're just not a morning person. Do you ever notice how every time you try to sneak quietly into your house late at night, your shoe always ends up squeaking? Have you ever noticed how every time you're in a rush, the traffic lights just seem to take forever? Why does it take 15 minutes for Chinese food to cook but only 10 seconds for it to disappear? Why do we park in a driveway but drive in a parkway?
Good evening, geeks and nerds. Are you ready to laugh and let loose after a long day of coding? I heard that some developers are afraid of user feedback. It's like they are allergic to criticism or something. But let me tell you, feedback is great, as long as you don't read the comments. I bet when developers go to bed, they count electric sheep. Have you heard of the new programmer diet? It's called Control plus Alt plus Del. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why was the computer cold? It left its windows open. Why did the programmer go broke? He used up all his cash. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's easy on the syntax. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Halloween? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Valentine's Day? Because October 31. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and Easter? Because October 31 equals. Why do programmers always get Christmas and Halloween mixed up? Because October 31. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because for them, bool is not false. Why do programmers not like nature? Because it has too many bugs. Why do programmers hate stand-up comedy? Because they prefer dry humor. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they need to see sharp. Why do Java programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see sharp. Why do programmers hate nature? Because they prefer to stay in their comfort zone. Why do SQL developers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 20. Why do Java developers wear glasses? Because they can't see sharp. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th in binary. Why do SQL developers never have girlfriends? Because they have relationship issues. Why do coders always mix up Christmas and Thanksgiving? Because October 31st equals November 25th in hex. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's easier on the eyes, just like their social life. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why do algorithms hate nature? Because they can't solve problems organically. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts. Why do programmers prefer to work alone? Segfold. Why do programmers prefer Git? It helps them push their problems away. Why do programmers hate nature? They prefer bitmaps over landscapes. Why do programmers hate exercising? They prefer working out their fingers on keyboards over working out their bodies. Why do programmers hate sports? They prefer F1 over NBA. Why do programmers hate going to the beach? They burn in the sun and can't debug code in the shade. Why do programmers hate camping? They can't control C, control V nature. Why do programmers hate picnics? Their algorithms don't work well with ants. Why do programmers hate the beach? Because the waves keep breaking their code. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? They don't like too much white space. Why do programmers wear glasses? Because they can't see sharp. I always feel like somebody's watching me, but then I realize it's just my surveillance camera. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts per byte. Why do programmers prefer to work from home? Because there's no place like 1270. Why do programmers prefer mechanical keyboards? For the tactile feedback. Why do developers prefer dark mode? It's easy on the eyes. Do you know why developers hate meetings? Because they always end up with too many action items and zero resolution. Did you hear about the new programming language called economy mode? It saves 1 byte of code but takes 2 seconds to compile. Developers be like, I don't always test my code, but when I do it in production. Programmers never die, they just go offline. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Welcome to Laughing Through Portland, where the jokes are as cold as the beer and the weather. I mean, we're known for our rain, but have you seen the hail? It's like the universe is throwing frozen spitballs at us. Let's be real, the weather here makes me question my life choices. I tried to chase the sun to California, but it seems like it's following me. I mean, I love Portland, but sometimes I feel like I'm living in a rainforest. I went hiking in Portland, but it turned out to be just a really long walk in the rain. Portland is so rainy. I saw a fish using an umbrella the other day. People in Portland love their rain so much, they make it their dating profile picture. You know it's rainy in Portland when the local breweries are brewing IPAs with rainwater instead of regular water. I heard Portlanders don't need to keep up with all the new Portland bridges. I bet they will soon run out of colors. Portland is so rainy, I always carry an umbrella, just in case a bridge breaks and I need to cross the river. Portlanders love their bikes. I tried to blend in and ride my bike too, but let's just say I'm not that good at multitasking. Eating a donut while riding is not easy. It's funny how Portlanders seem to be more concerned about their coffee beans' origin than their own. I used to think I was good at multitasking until I tried to ride a bike and drink coffee at the same time in Portland. I overheard someone saying that they would rather give up their significant other than give up their favorite coffee shop in Portland. Talk about priorities. I heard the city of Portland is considering putting coffee dispensers on the bike lanes to help with multitasking. God forbid we have to stop drinking coffee for a few minutes. I swear, Portlanders are so obsessed with coffee that they probably have dreams of swimming in it. Do you know what they call decaf in Portland? Death before decaf. I mean, they are not wrong. You might as well be dead if you're drinking decaf. I heard that Portlanders even use coffee in their recipes, like coffee rubbed steak. I mean, next thing you know we'll be having coffee-flavored pizza. Coffee is like the blood running through Portlanders' veins. Without it, they'll literally die. I swear, if coffee got banned in Portland, it would cause a riot bigger than any protest they've had. Coffee is more powerful than any other drug in Portland, even gluten. I heard that some people in Portland judge you based on the type of coffee you drink. Like, if you're not drinking organic, fair trade, single origin, artisanal coffee, then you're not cool enough for Portland. I heard that if you don't recycle in Portland, they don't just judge you, they'll organize a rally against you. I heard that if you don't have a compost bin in Portland, they'll revoke your citizenship. Portland is so green. I heard that the only fast food you can get here is eating grass in a vegan restaurant. Portland is so environmentally conscious that I heard they use recycled material to make their recycling bins. Portland is so green. I saw a squirrel riding a bicycle. Portland is so environmentally friendly. I heard they compost their compost. Portland is so eco-friendly, even the rain only falls on organic produce. Portland is so eco-friendly, even the pigeons ride bikes. Portland is so eco-friendly, even the squirrels compost. Portland is so eco-friendly, even the raccoons know their recycling bin day. Portland's so eco-friendly, even the pigeons bring their own reusable straws. Portland's so green that even the squirrels have started taking public transport. Portland's so eco-friendly, the rats compost their own food scraps. Portland's so sustainable. I saw a cyclist powering a coffee shop while also brewing their own coffee. Portland's so eco-friendly, even the weeds recycle themselves. Portland's so green, even the panhandlers compost their cardboard signs. Thanks for coming to my sustainable comedy show. Keep Portland green. Portland's so green, even the pigeons carry hemp tote bags. Portland's so green, even the ants are composting. Portland's so green, the squirrels ride bikes to conserve energy. Portland's so green, even the pigeons ride bikes to cut their carbon footprint. Portland's so green, even the ants compost their food scraps. Portland's so green, even the squirrels recycle their acorns. Portland's so green, even the birds carry their own reusable water bottles. Portland's so green, even the deer use their own composting toilets. Portland's so green, even the squirrels compost their acorns. Hey there New York City, are you ready to laugh? You know what they say about New Yorkers, we're always in a rush. It's like a competition to see who can walk the fastest without spilling their coffee. Speaking of rushing, have you ever been stuck behind someone taking a leisurely stroll in the middle of the sidewalk? Like, I get it, take in the city, but I've got places to be. And don't even get me started on slow walkers in the subway stations. It's like a game of red light, green light, move it, people. I swear, tourists must have a secret goal to block every entrance and exit in this city. Have you noticed how everyone walks like they are in a rush, but then takes their sweet time to order a coffee? Do you ever wonder why no one smiles on the subway? Well, we're all just trying to avoid eye contact with the crazies. Have you noticed how the only time New Yorkers slow down is when they are walking in front of tourists? Speaking of crazies, have you ever tried to navigate the subway during rush hour? It's like a game of Frogger, but with more expletives. And don't even get me started on the tourists who think Times Square is the only thing to see in this city. And have you ever seen the line for the Empire State Building? It's like waiting for the apocalypse, but with more selfie sticks. It's like every corner in this city is a masterpiece, but all tourists care about is a hot dog from a cart. And don't even get me started on the pigeons. You know what else makes me mad about this city? The subway delays. And what's up with those hot dog vendors? They charge twice what the hot dogs are worth. You know what else gets me worked up? The traffic. What's with all these drivers not using turn signals? And what's the deal with people who never put their shopping carts back? It's not that hard, people. Why do people feel the need to start a phone conversation on a packed subway car? It's like they are intentionally trying to make everyone uncomfortable. Why do some people walk so slowly on the sidewalk? Do they not realize they are causing a traffic jam? Why do people insist on standing right in front of the subway doors? You're not getting off anytime soon, Susan. Why do people insist on walking on the left side of the sidewalk? Do they like playing chicken with oncoming pedestrians? Have you ever noticed how slow people walk when they are eating something? It's like they are savoring every bite. Meanwhile, I'm stuck behind them trying to get to work. Have you noticed how people suddenly become tourists when they are walking in the city, taking pictures of buildings they've passed by 100 times? It's like people forget how to walk when they enter a subway station. They stop right in front of the turnstile, just staring at it like it's their first time seeing one. Ever notice how people from other cities get absolutely lost on our perfectly numbered and lettered streets? It's also funny how tourists act like the city revolves around their schedule. And don't even get me started on how they pronounce Houston Street. But seriously, have you ever tried to drive in this city? And have you seen the size of the potholes here? It's like driving through an obstacle course. The only good thing about these potholes is they make me feel like I'm at an amusement park. Driving through these potholes is like trying to dodge bullets in the Matrix. I heard they are turning these potholes into a new attraction at Coney Island. Have you seen the new art exhibit featuring NYC potholes? They call it Holy Art. I can't wait to see what NYC turns into an attraction next. Maybe they'll start selling hot dogs made from subway rats. I heard they are making a museum of all the things people have lost on the subway. It's gonna be called Lost and Confused. They say New Yorkers are tough, but I've seen softer bagels. I once saw a rat carrying a slice of pizza down the subway stairs. Now that's a New Yorker. It's true, New Yorkers are tough, but have you ever seen one wait patiently for a bagel at a Bagel on a Sunday morning? I heard there's a new trend in NYC where people are carrying their dogs in baby carriers, but let's be real, those are just rats in disguise. Have you ever wondered why the line at Shake Shack moves faster than the line at the DMV? And don't even get me started on the subway delays. I always get stuck behind the slowest walker in New York City. I once saw a rat on the subway eating a slice of pizza. Even the rodents in New York City have better taste than tourists. Tourists think Times Square is the heart of New York City. Yeah, if you like heart disease. New Yorkers and rats, we have something in common. We both know how to survive in this city. Speaking of heart disease, have you ever tried a New York hot dog? I'm pretty sure it's just a compressed heart attack. Living in New York City is like a constant battle, but the only weapon we have is our attitude. I mean, have you ever tried to hail a cab during rush hour? It's a whole other level of cardio. Living in this city is like being in a marathon every day, except that we're running on the streets and dodging cars instead of a track. It's a good thing we're New Yorkers, because we have strong legs from walking up all those stairs. Welcome to Funny in the Big Apple, where the laughs are big and the apples are inconsistent in quality. You know what they say about Big Apple? It's like a fruitcake. It looks good from the outside, but once you sink your teeth into it, you realize it's mostly nuts and not a lot of fruit. New York City is like a bad relationship. You keep going back to it even though you know it's not good for you. New York City is like a bad habit. You know you should quit, but it's just so hard to resist. New York City is like a crazy ex. No matter how much you try to move on, it always finds a way to come back into your life. New York City is like a persistent ex. It keeps showing up unannounced and unwanted, but somehow manages to make you smile. New York City is like a bad habit. You know it's not good for you, but you just can't resist. I love New York City, but sometimes I just want to break up with it like a bad boyfriend. Living in New York City is like being in a perpetual state of FOMO. New Yorkers are always in a rush. It's like the city is on fast forward mode all the time. Have you noticed how New Yorkers never look up? They are always glued to their phones, even when walking down the street. It's a dangerous game of dodgeball out there. You know what they say about New Yorkers, we're tough as nails. But in reality, we're just really good at hiding our tears. New Yorkers complain about the subway, but it's really just our way of bonding over a shared traumatic experience. You know what they say about New Yorkers, we never sleep. But in reality, we're all just stressing about making rent. Living in New York City is like playing a game of Tetris, except instead of blocks it's people and instead of music it's constant honking. New York City is the only place where the phrase rush hour is used for every hour of the day. New York City is the only place where people pay thousands of dollars a month to live in a shoebox and still consider it a good deal. In New York City, a 5-minute delay is considered a miracle. It's like, wow, the train is only 5 minutes late, this is amazing. In New York City, even the rats have to learn to parallel park. New York City is the only place where just around the corner means at least a 5-minute walk. In New York City, even the pigeons have a better social life than I do. New York City, where the rats are so big they have their own area code. New York City, where the hot dog vendor on the corner is a more successful businessman than I'll ever be. New York City, where the only way to get personal space is to ride the subway during rush hour. New York City, where the pigeons have better apartments than most people. New York City, where it's cheaper to rent a storage unit and just live in it. New York City, where even the rats have to pay rent. New York City, where the subway is their version of a sauna. New York City, where the pigeons have more attitude than the people. New York City, where the hot dog vendors have Michelin stars. New York City, where the rats are more prevalent than the tourists. New York City, where the sewer rats have their own subways. New York City, where even the pigeons have attitudes. New York City, where the hot dog stands have Michelin stars. New York City, where the rats are bigger than dogs. New York City, where the pigeons eat slices of pizza bigger than themselves. New York City, where the cockroaches wear Timberland boots. New York City, where the rats have their own subway system. New York City, where the pigeons have better food options than most people. New York City, where even the cockroaches have better apartments than me. Thank you, New York. Remember, if you see a rat on the subway, don't be afraid to ask for its autograph. New York City, where the only thing dirtier than the streets is my dating life. New York City, where the pigeons are the only creatures consistently interested in me. New York City, where I see more rats than Tinder matches. New York City, where even the rats have attitude. New York City, where the rats have better fashion sense than half the people here. New York City, where the rats are more famous than the pigeons. New York City, where even the rats are trying to make it on Broadway. In fact, the rats are so confident in their Broadway dreams, they come up to you and ask for headshots. The subway system is like a choose-your-own-adventure book, but instead of adventure, you just end up in Queens. Hey, New York City, are you ready to laugh? Are you guys tired of the subway delays, or is it just me? Anyone here from out of town? Let me tell you about the joys of taking the subway during rush hour. Who knew that a subway ride could double as a sauna experience? I mean, who needs a steam room when you've got the subway, am I right? I don't know about you, but I always leave the subway feeling like I just ran a marathon. The only thing that makes me feel better about my morning commute is knowing that my fellow New Yorkers are suffering with me. I've seen people do crazy things on the subway, like trying to fit a whole couch in the train. I've had to walk behind slow walkers so many times, I feel like I'm sponsored by Skechers. Ever notice how people carry giant bags on the subway as if they are going on a week-long vacation? You know what else is annoying on the subway? People who take up more than one seat with their bags. Have you ever noticed how people always seem to want to sit right next to you on the subway, even if there are plenty of empty seats? And what's the deal with people who eat smelly food on the subway? It's like a culinary assault. I mean, I get it, we're all on this train together, but can we please respect each other's personal space? Seriously, who decided that the subway is a good place to start playing their music out loud? And don't even get me started on people who take up 2 seats with their bags. It's like some people think the subway is their own personal living room. Some people act like the subway is their own personal spa. I saw a guy clipping his toenails on the subway platform. Some people treat the subway like their own personal bathroom. Have some decency, people, we're all stuck in here together. It's like people forget the concept of personal space when they enter the subway. Seriously, it's like a can of sardines but without the olive oil. And don't even get me started on rush hour subway rides. I mean, if I wanted to be packed in like a sardine, I'd just join a canning factory. I once saw a rat in the subway that was so big it could have been a mascot for the New York City subway system. I'm pretty sure the subway rats have their own zip code. The rats in the New York City subway are so big, they should be paying rent. Have you seen the squirrels in Central Park? They are so big, they should be charging tourists for photos. I saw a pigeon the other day that was so big, it had a briefcase and a suit. The rats in the subway are so big, they could ride the train instead of being chased by it. The cockroaches in my apartment are so big, they pay rent. I swear, those rats could probably beat me in a game of chess. I need to start charging my pests for utilities with how much they use my space. I mean, they've got to be paying rent at this point. It's basically a timeshare. My pets have become squatters at this point. I can't even get a good night's sleep. My dogs are starting to give me a curfew. It's like having roommates without any of the perks. I was so tired yesterday, I accidentally poured my dog's food into my bowl instead of cereal. My dogs are so lazy, they make me look like a marathon runner. My cats are so lazy, they make my dogs look like Olympic athletes. Did you know that snails can sleep for up to 3 years? My goldfish are so lazy, they make my hamsters look like Olympic athletes. My turtles are so lazy, they make my snails look like Olympic athletes. My snails are so lazy, they make my sloths look like Olympic athletes. My ants are so lazy, they make my snails look like Olympic athletes. My turtles are so lazy, they make my snails look like Usain Bolt. My sloths are so lazy. My snails are so lazy, they make my sloths look like marathon runners. My cats are so lazy, they make my snails look like Usain Bolt. I always thought turtles were slow until I got my hands on snails. Hey techies, are you ready to debug some laughs? Any Python fans here? Don't worry, I won't bite. Have you ever tried debugging a customer's code? It's like trying to find a needle in a Stack Overflow. Why do all programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Developers be like, it works on my machine. Why do programmers hate nature? Because they prefer endorphins. The great thing about programming jokes is that you don't have to worry about null jokes. Programmers hate nature because trees have a lot of branches. Why did the programmer always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why did the developer break up with his girlfriend? He didn't like her commitment issues. Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dogs over cats? Because dogs are loyal, but cats have too many bugs. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why do programmers never tell jokes backwards? Because the punchline might be in the cache. What programming language do ghosts use? Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers always prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do developers always mix up Halloween and Christmas? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why do programmers always mix up Christmas and New Year's? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why do IT people always get Halloween and Christmas mixed up? Because October 31st equals December 25th, in both binary and hexadecimal. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts per screen equals less fatigue. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because October 31st equals November 23rd, in octal. Why do software engineers prefer cats over dogs? Because they don't like software fetching. Why did the developer go broke? Because he used up all his cache. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts, more typing. Why do programmers prefer Linux? Because they aren't Windows fans. Why do programmers hate nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers need glasses? Because they can't see sharp. Programmers don't hate coffee shops because they are noisy, they are just constantly debugging the atmosphere. Have you heard about the programmer who gets lost in thought and needs directions to get back to their loop? Why don't programmers like nature? It has too many bugs. Why do programmers hate nature? Because it has a lot of frameworks. What's a programmer's favorite plant? A binary tree. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less photons means less hard work for their eyes. Did you hear about the programmer who got stuck in the shower? The instructions on the shampoo bottle said, lather, rinse, repeat. Why do programmers hate nature? There's too many bugs. Why do programmers prefer dark themes? Less watts equals more debugging time. Why do programmers always get Christmas and Halloween mixed up? They think octal 31 equals decimal 25. Why do programmers hate nature? There's too many bugs and viruses. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts, more night. Why do programmers hate meetings? There's too much recursion. Why do developers prefer online shopping? No version control. Why do programmers think Halloween and Christmas are the same? Because October 31st equals December 25th. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less watts means more thinking. Why do programmers always mix up Halloween and Thanksgiving? Because October 31st equals November 31st in hex.